Dun doo 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 doo. Okay, so I've got a couple minutes here. Well, how about I pull up my, you know what? How about I pull up what I currently have up and running? You are this. So, this is the list of decks I currently have in progress, in one way or another. What I should actually do is I'm going to make a note here, actually. Insert. And I am going to make a list. I'm going to make a note here of what decks I've actually physically completed. Where are you? There you are. No. Yes. Yes, yes. Blue, yes. Just finished physically building mono blue commons today. And the last deck I physically built before that was my mono blue ramp deck. Aristocrats built. Joven built. Dosan built. I do not have any allied. What have I got that's actually built? I have one multicolored deck, don't I? Da 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 da. Yes, I have Jund. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So. And. I am going to pull up. I'm going to pull up a bonus list here for a moment. There you are. And then bring this up to 200. So, 175. There we go. 175. All right. Whoops. I can close that now. Whoops. Copy. Values only. Whoops. There. So, let's pull this up for a moment. I came up a little while ago with a red-blue life gain deck. which is running commons only. And I mostly want to show this deck off for now, and then I'll start working on, I'll decide what actual color I'm going to work on, or color scheme I'm working on. And there are cards in this deck that I would. Well, first there's there's cards in this deck I wouldn't think of playing elsewhere. Like I just wouldn't play them elsewhere. And there's cards in this deck that I wouldn't think of until I try brewing this one. So let's go through this. Let's go through this quickly and give some ideas. All right. So you'll notice the first category here is angels. The reason it specifically mentions angels is there is a land called Seraph Sanctuary, which gives you life when an angel enters. It's not a lot. I'll hit the overview real quick, and I'll just, there you are. Seraph Sanctuary, when it enters, you gain a life. When an angel enters, you gain a life, and it taps for colorless. So it's not a big deal. But you notice 3 of these so-called angels are shapeshifters that have the changeling type, and the 4th one is Paragon of Modernity, which is a weird word to say. Modern plus ITY. And the point of the Paragon, it's the only angel I can play in this color scheme. 2/2 flyer, and pay 3, and it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. And if you spent colored mana, and it's 3 different colors, you actually get a +1 counter on it instead of just a +1 bonus. So it can actually get fairly big fairly quickly. And since I want colored mana in this deck, getting something that says, hey, tap for any color you want, a 3rd color is not hard to come by. Draw and tutoring, usually draw effects. But again, as much of these cards as possible gain me life. Okay? Search for basic, goes to your hand, gain 2 life. Comes into play, gain 2 life. When it dies, I draw a card. This is kind of a bit like the common version of Solemn Simulacrum. Not as good, obviously, but it's also common. Golden Egg. I can sack it for mana. Comes into play, I draw a card. Or I can sack it as a food. This one comes into play, gains me 3 life. I can sack it to draw a card. Scroll of Avacyn. If I control an angel when I sack it, which draws me a card, I gain 5 life. This harkens back to these 4, angels. Again, I'm playing red-blue. Coming up with an angel in red-blue is already hard. I'm now restricting myself to just commons. So those were my best options. Wedding Invitation. Comes into play, draws a card. Tap and sack it. Target creature can't be blocked, so it's forcing a creature. Escape Tunnel or Rogue's Passage. Basically, it's a one-shot. And if it happens to be a vampire, which, again, 3 of my angels are shapeshifters, so it also gains lifelink till end of turn. Not irrelevant. Life bodies, i.e. creatures that are there just to gain me life. The Lurker, when it dies, I gain 3 life. When it dies, bottle golems. 3/3 trample for 4, which is pretty good. When it dies, I gain life equal to its power. Most of the time, that's going to be, 3. Guardian Automaton. When it dies, gain 3. Basically, all of these 3 are basically interchangeable, except this enters. These 2 are the same, except this has got trample in addition. Ruin Processor. Big body. Oh, look, you have a card that's exiled. Put it in your graveyard, I'll gain 5 life. Thanks. And it's a 7/8. Recursion. Recursion in this particular deck is going to be important because I need to be able to get certain effects back. Archaeomancer. Get an instant or sorcery back to my hand. Which, environmental sciences so far seems to be the only actual hit. So far. Archaeomender. Get an artifact back. Oh, I have quite a few artifacts. Clear the mind. Shuffle my graveyard back into my library. Okay, it says target player. I'm largely targeting myself. And draw a card. Devious Cover-Up. Counter spell. If it's countered, you exile it instead and then shuffle up to 4 cards from your graveyard back into your deck. Combine that with Clear the Mind. You're going to eventually get everything back. Monastery Lore Master. When it's turned face up, return target non-creature, non-land. Oh. Well, that covers a lot of the stuff that's further up here already. Mirror Retriever. When it dies, get an artifact back to hand. Put away. A worse version of Devious Cover-Up, but counter target spell, shuffle up to 1 card back in. Fine, if I've used my Devious Cover-Up, I can use Put Away to shuffle my Devious Cover-Up back. Repository Scab. When it exploits a creature, get an instant or sorcery back to my hand. Scared Tiller. Let me grab a land back from my graveyard back into play tapped. Stream of Thought. Mill somebody for 4 and get to shuffle 4 cards back in. Workshop Assistant, basically another Mirror Retriever. So all of these are going to let me get cards back somehow. Removal. Okay. The removal here is a little interesting. Aftershock. I think is good enough to put into any deck that runs red. Unlike some of my other red decks. And, like for example, go back here. Let's go to my mono red deck for a moment. This is my This was the initial draft of my Joven deck. And I've made some changes since then. My current list is more spells matters than this is. But I have... Oh, okay, that's the wrong category. No wonder I can't find it. There it is. I have Aftershock, Fissure, and Lava Flow all in here. You notice I only have Aftershock. I don't have Fissure. I don't have Lava Flow. And I also don't have Introduction to Annihilation on here. It has since made it in. This is because I wanted more blue. Like I didn't want to be sitting just on red cards for removal, because blue actually had some interesting options. Blood Frenzy. Target attacking or blocking creature gets +4/+0 till end of turn. At the end of turn, destroy that creature. Cool. I'll let you deal an extra 4 points of damage. By the way, your creature dies at end of turn. It's a 2 mana removal spell for any creature that's in combat. that's pretty good when you're looking at red. I, and I have to keep hammering this home. Well, I don't have to, but I do occasionally. This is a common. You know what? I am going to pull this up and I'm going to drop this in a chat real quick. So if you actually want to follow along at home, you can. Dwindle. You know, enchant creature gets -6, -0. That will shut down a lot of even dragons and demons and stuff like that. And if it's bigger than that, well, it drops it from being a major, you know, a big threat to, wow. Really? Really? You know, you take a 9/9 and suddenly now it has 3 power. But whenever enchanted creature blocks, destroy it. You take that 9/9, you bring it down to a 3/9, and now your opponent's less interested in attacking with it. And if they block with it, it's going to die. Frozen Solid. Enchanted creature doesn't untap normally. Whenever damage is dealt to it, destroy it. Giant Albatross. I'm going to pull up the Oracle text on this. Oh, you don't show up. Okay, fine. Boop. There we go. When Giant Albatross dies, you may pay blue +1. If you do, for each creature that dealt damage to Giant Albatross this turn, destroy that creature unless its controller pays 2 life. A creature destroyed this way can't be regenerated. So, anything that has dealt damage to the Albatross this turn, your opponent has to pay 2 mana. Or sorry, when it dies, you pay 2 mana, and for each creature that tried dealing damage to it this turn, they have to pay 2 life or lose their creature. Icy Prison. 2 blue for Journey to Nowhere, basically. With an upkeep cost of 3 mana that anybody can pay. It's your upkeep, but anybody can turn around and say, you know what? Oh, you need the extra mana this turn? I've got extra mana. You know what? I'll pay the upkeep for you. Introduction to Annihilation. Again, one of my favorite removal spells. Goes into a lot of decks if I don't have an easy way of blowing up other problem cards. Unstable Obelisk. A manalith of sorts, because it only taps for colorless. Yep, Commander Masters, it's common. Warhammer 40k, it's common. It's uncommon in most sets, but Commander Masters, it's common. Pay 7, tap and sack it, destroy target permanent. Lets you get rid of problems that you can't get. In a pinch, gets rid of Maze of Ith. Introduction to Annihilation won't do that. Mass Removal. Bloodfire Infusion. It's an enchant creature. You pay red and sack the enchant creature to deal damage to all creatures equal to its power. Krark Clan Shaman. Sack artifacts to deal 1 damage to each non-flyer. You have some artifacts up here that don't mind dying, like Guardian Automaton and Bottle Golems. You know, and a Debt Lurker. So you've got a sack outlet that just turns around and kills other things too. Rolling Thunder. X damage as you choose amongst any number of target creatures and or players, and that's also going to include planeswalkers these days. Navigator's Compass. So, this is actually a decent amount of removal. You can handle most things. Yes, pretty much none of it actually gains life, but some of it will trigger things like the Mirror Retriever, the Anadet Lurker, so on and so forth to help you gain life. Navigator's Compass comes into play, gain 3 life. Tap, till end of turn, target land you control becomes a basic land type of your choice till end of turn. If you've got a bunch of mountains in play and you really need a blue source, tap, cool, now my mountain taps for blue. Sylvark Lightstaff, whenever a quick creature is put in a graveyard from, basically whenever a quick creature dies, gain 3 life. It's actually pretty good in a deck like this because that's what you're looking for. 8 cards to draw extra cards. Contact other plane. At worst, it's inspiration. It's potentially, on that 20, it's scry 3, draw 3. Draw knock, 5 mana. Whenever it becomes blocked, draw 2. At some point, somebody's going to block it, and you're going to get 2. In fact, if you can, if you can politic well enough, you can go, I'm going to attack this. Do you have like a 1/4 or something you're okay blocking with so I can draw a couple extra? Yeah, sure. Yeah, fine, it's fine. Modrifter comes into play, draw 2. Secrets of the Golden City. If you have the city's blessing, you're going to draw 3 cards. Shared Discovery. 1 blue sorcery. Tap 4 untapped creatures you control as an additional cost to draw 3. This is probably the most replaceable. It's hard to make this card work well. Third Pass Savant. 7 mana as an activated ability to draw 2 cards. You're going to get 7 mana at some point. Treasure Cruise. Delve, draw 3. We all know that. Witching Well, enters scry 2 and then sack it to draw 2. Other stuffs. These guys here are here to be threats. Now you've noticed that I started off with a decent amount of life gain and then I kind of settled off. We're getting there. Because if you notice, the angels, there's only a few here. Draw Tutor, there's actually a decent amount of life gain here. Life Bodies, there's a decent amount in here. There's like none here. There's maybe 1 or 2 here. There's none here. There's a couple here. There's none here. So far we're looking at, what? A dozen cards so far. But you've got a decent amount of recursion, which means you're going to get some of that life stuff back. Boarding Party. If you're playing red and you're playing Pauper, and you need a top end, you probably are playing Boarding Party. 6/3, Haste, Cascade. You're going to get another spell out of it. Generally speaking, at this kind of cost, you're generally looking at about a 6/4 or thereabouts if it doesn't have Cascade. So for losing an extra point of toughness, you're getting another spell, which is commonly like 3 mana or thereabouts. Cinderheart Giant. When it dies, 7/6. When it dies, 7 damage to one of your opponent's random creatures. Earthcold Elemental comes into play. Everybody's, if you're lucky, your opponents are sacking 2 permanents each on a nat 20. Realistically, I expect that I'm sacking a permanent, and so is everyone else. Maelstrom Colossus, basically a slightly bigger version of Boarding Party that doesn't have haste. Mirror Shell Crab. It is there to be a counter spell because this is the only way to counter abilities that's common. Tormod's Crypt Keeper. Tormod's Crypt on a 3/2 vigilance for 3. Yeah. In a competitive format, I'll take Tormod's Crypt. In a format like Commander, I want Tormod's Crypt Keeper. And then the Vildan Pack Outcast. It's a force 4 trample that for a red gets +1/-1 till end of turn, but I pay 7 mana, I transform it. The backside is a 5/7 where I can pay 1 mana of any color and it gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Alright, now my ramp. You notice I have 4 ramp cards here. Altar of the Pantheon is a manolith. And if I control a god, a demigod, or legendary enchantment, I not only have my 3 shapeshifters, which are also gods and demigods, because that's funny, or legendary enchantment. If you notice, this is Faceless One and Candlekeep Sage. Candlekeep Sage is a background, which means it's a legendary enchantment. So if I have the Candlekeep Sage out, let's see if I can find it real quick. Whoops. Let's try this again. Go away. Candlekeep Sage. Legendary enchantment background. I'll come back to what it does in a moment. So I have at least 4 different ways of gaining life off Altar of the Pantheon. One of which I can get access to as soon as I hit the mana for it, which is 3. Izzet Locket. Actually, I'll come back to this in a moment. Orazca Relic. If I have the City's Blessing when I go to sack it, I gain 3 life and draw a card. Pristine Talisman. Tap for colorless, gain life. And then Izzet Locket. Tap for red or blue, or pay 4 mana of any combination of red and blue mana, and sack it to draw 2 cards. 4 lands that produce specifically, 5 lands that produce specifically red and blue mana. This I came up with long before Duskmourn came out. Now I get access to, oh geez, what are you called? Boop, noodle, toaster strudel. Peculiar Lighthouse, which is the land that potentially comes into play untapped as somebody's at 13 life or less. I would probably replace the Fjord first, because being snow does not matter in 99.999% of games. But yeah. Lifelands. 8. What? 8? Yes. This is where the idea for the deck started. The 5 auto sack lands from Capenna. What happened? The 5 auto sack lands from Capenna were, I was thinking about them, and I wanted to be able to play all 5 in the same deck. Okay, and so then my brain went, How many colors do I need to play to be able to run all 5? The answer is only 2. If I want to play all 5 colors, I can do it in a 2-color deck. But they have to be 2 colors that oppose each other on the color wheel. So if you take a look at, if you take a look at the back of a Magic card, you see this nice color wheel. And the colors are in that order for a reason. Anything that's on the opposite side, so for example, if you look at blue, on the opposite side of blue, you have green and you have red. Those are considered enemy colors. So the 2 enemy colors of blue are red and green. Let's take a quick scan through all of these real quick. Broker's Hideout fetches forest, so I'm going to call them by color, not by land type. Fetches green, blue, or white. This means in this case it fetches blue. Cabaretti, red, green, or white. So fetches red. Maestro, blue, black, or red. So I'm already able to fetch, 2 of each. I can already fetch, I've got one that fetches one that fetches the other, and one that can fetch either. Obscura is plains, island, or swamp. So that's 2 that fetch blue, 1 that fetch red, and 1 that can fetch either. Riveteer's Outlook, swamp, mountain, or forest. Well, again, that fetches mountain. So that's all my 5. I get 2 that fetch one, I get 2 that fetch the other, and I get 1 that can fetch either of them. That's already 5 lands that when they come into play, I sack them right away. I pull out a basic of the appropriate type, and I gain a life. Note that the life gain is not attached to the fact of you being able to find the basic land type. It tells you to fetch a basic forest, plains, or island. If you don't have any left in your deck, okay, fail to find. Put onto the battlefield top, then shuffle, and you gain 1 life. Radiant Fountain comes into play, gain 2 life. Seraph Sanctuary, we mentioned earlier when we talked about angels. Swiftwater Cliffs comes into play, gain me a life. So suddenly there's 8 lands that gain me life. Well, wait a sec. I had like a dozen earlier. And now I got like 3 more here and 8 more in my mana base. I've basically doubled how many slots there are for life gain. But wait, there's more. Gates. Yeah, gates. Ezekiel Gate taps for either of my colors. Cliff Gate taps for red or the other color that I chose, which in this case is going to be blue. Sea Gate, the same as Cliff Gate, but in reverse. So I name red for that one. 3 more duels. Gateway Plaza taps for any color. Heap Gate, convert a mana into a mana of any color. So 5 of my lands suddenly produce any color I want. Well, and they're all gates. I might as well run Basilisk Gate to see if I can get a little extra bonus. Haunted Fengraf, sack it to get a creature card back from my graveyard in my hand. 10 mountains, 10 forests. 10 mountains, 10 islands. And then Faceless one, 5 mana, 3/3. Once it's in play, it has no abilities. It just counts as the creature type. It counts as the color that you named before the game starts. Before people can even try and play ley lines, you go, hey, by the way, I'm playing Faceless one. He counts as being green, or blue, or red, or whatever. In this case, for Faceless one, you name red. Why? Because you've got Candlekeep Sage, which has background, which means it starts off in the command zone, and it counts towards your commander's color identity. In the for the purpose of that construction. Commander creatures you control have, when this creature enters or leaves the battlefield, draw a card. So every time this comes into play, or this is getting sent back to the command zone, you're drawing another card, which is a lot considering what you get out of this deck. So, yeah, I've got roughly 24 cards in here that will gain me life, ways to dig for stuff, ways to cheat them into play if I need to, ways to shuffle them back into my deck so I can gain more life and gain more life and gain more life. And yeah, it's not a bad deck. But yeah, I have Visit Life Gain next on the list. As a bonus deck for this that I want to build. Because I want to be able to prove to people I'm playing Is It Life with just commons. And I want to see how much life I can gain in a red-blue deck, which is the color scheme that is least likely to be able to gain life. And yeah, there's not much that's red or blue that's actually doing the actual life gain itself, but it's still doing a fair amount of what needs to be done. Alright, so with that out of the way, let's take a look. You know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to need to do this. So, where do we go next? You know what? Let's do Dimir. I know we did Dimir last week, but this one looks interesting. So, edit stream info. Let me think here. This is... Oh, I know what I need. Where are you? This one. No? Did I? Did I get rid of you? I had... Sorry, I am currently I had some... Oh! I am dumb. I have some information that I saved into a text file, and I just realized I did not. I have two separate programs I use for opening text files. One of them is just Notepad. The other is Notepad++, which does a thing I really like, but is really dangerous for people like me because it lets me, have a bunch of tabs open and then reopen it later with where I left off. Yeah, it's kind of dangerous in a context like that. I currently have something like 20 different tabs open. They all do different things. I thought I did that there. No, I saved it under normal Notepad. So let's do. There we go. Take you out. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ, Superstar. Okay, I'll go with that one. Whoops. Um, all right. Okay. Let's see if that works. All right. So, some might think this is slightly misleading. But, well, maybe? Question mark, question mark, question mark? But that being said, save. All right. So let's get started on Deharme, which is blue black, which is this. And again, it's going to look very empty to start. So, set this to 175. U, bold. U and U, bold. Grab this. U. So, oh, I apparently misspelled Etrata's name in here. There we go. So, let's go back to Scryfall. Etrata. I don't remember what caused me to want to play Etrata as my general for quote-unquote Yugioh.dec. But I don't know, maybe it's the idea of playing, you know. Okay, so this deck is... So what do I need in this deck? Alright. There's a few things that I need for this deck. So I need gods. I need traps. I need... What are you called? Defense position. I'm going to want some form of Exodia. You know what? I'll be right back. Okay. So, boop, 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 boop. Hey, so, is it Eso or Eso? How do I pronounce your name? Eso? Okay. So, hey, Eso! Uh, Let me do you a favor. Actually, no, I don't need to pull that up. tinyurl.com/edh list. So, this is a link to a Google Docs spreadsheet that has all the decks that I'm currently working on. So, for reference, you're looking at this. Anything that's got a deck stats link to it, that's a deck I've already finished sketching out. Notice a lot of these are commons only. Yeah, I'm doing the silly, one for every color and color combination, and then an additional one for every color, including colorless, and allied color combination that's commons only. So that's going to be the batch that will probably interest you more. I have just finished, I just added this column today that says built. These are decks I've actually physically got built. This blue one here, boop. Come on. Alright, fine, be that way. Let's try this again. This deck here, the one I just finished building, take me down to Cantrip City. As much as I can in here draws me cards. There are cards that I have in here that I wouldn't even think of putting into a deck that's even not commons if it wasn't for doing this. Cool.
What are we working on?
I have a friend to join me. Hi, Jay. Try not to kill yourself.
I'll be fine.
No promises. So, I have decided that the next deck I'm building on, or the next deck that I'm building, is Yugioh.dec. Now you see why I'm like, oh, I need your help.
Okay. What?
This is my friend Jay. I've known him for probably 15, 20 years, maybe more. I think this isn't your first time streaming, but this is your first time joining me for a stream.
Yeah.
You occasionally stream PlayStation stuff, I think?
Very rarely nowadays. Just not having the proper equipment to do so, but yeah.
But you try.
I try.
SO here. I'm sure I told you that on Saturdays there's another stream that I like to watch.
Yeah.
For Popper. SO here is from that stream and has decided to come and join me.
Very nice.
But yeah, so I know one of the things that I want to do. There's a few ideas I want for this deck that come out of Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
I need to play with gods. This one is not restrict myself to rarities.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay.
I'm playing with traps because that is a subtype of spell in Magic.
Uh-huh.
Defense position, so can I get my opponent's stuff to come into play tap? Exodia, which means I'm probably I'm probably using the Cauldron pieces.
Yeah, Exodia is basically, if it's in my hand, I win.
Yeah, but you're also trying to assemble the various pieces. And Cauldron has that going along with it.
Yeah, draw is what what you want.
Oh, so yeah, I was trying to figure out how to emulate Pot of Greed.
It's literally just draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
What colors are you using?
Black, blue. I'm trying to figure out what other big concepts there are that I need. Oh, stuff that face down. Because there's face down attack position, face down defense position.
Yep.
So I need stuff that's face down.
Yep. You already have spells and traps covered.
Yep.
Okay. How early or how late do you want to go? Because if you're going early, you're looking at fusions, maybe rituals.
Sacking stuff to build a bigger body.
Yeah. Sacking stuff to make big.
Oh!
To big.
Like when I played Reshape earlier.
Yeah. Sacking something to bring out something bigger, or combining 2 creatures to make a bigger creature.
Sacrifice to fetch bigger threat. A la fusion.
/ ritual.
No, because the reason so this doesn't have a link is because I haven't started it yet. Ones that are done will have a link. Fusion. Pendulum. No, not pendulum. Xyz. Ritual, etc.
Yeah. Tuners would also work, but yeah.
Yeah.
You have draw. You now have rituals as fusions. You want to play with the gods.
Yep.
So you want mass production. You want bodies.
Oh, that's easy.
Yes.
I mean, if I play Army of the Damned, that's. Here's 13 zombies. Thunk.
Okay, because if you're trying to get as close to.
I don't want it necessarily close to Yu-Gi-Oh, but I want a lot of stuff that feels like it references Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay. Life gain in burn. Or another 2 big ones.
Yeah, life gain. I think that's what Arrow Mage or whatever it's called. I don't really hear people talking about life gain, at least as far as the actual card game is concerned.
That's because a lot of people nowadays are focused on how fast can we blitz an opponent.
Sure, but like even like when I started working at my LGS, and that's like a decade ago almost. I wasn't hearing people talking about it at all.
Because nobody cared.
Yeah.
Because it was how fast can you crush the opponent.
Burn. Yeah, I think burn was a side effect of other things.
Burn / stall. There are certain old school burn decks that would literally stop your opponent from having certain monsters of a certain strength or level able to do anything. These things sat on the field and just burned away life.
Cannot play X card category.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I forgot that's a thing.
Yeah, field control is what's called.
And can't be destroyed by combat or battle effects.
Yep. Good old indestructibles unless they're spells or traps.
Okay. I think that gives me a good starting point.
Now you're running black.
I'm running black-blue.
Black-blue.
So, let's start off with finding what gods exist.
I know exactly what gods exist. For Yu-Gi-Oh!
You know what I mean! I'm not talking Obelisk the Tormentor here, Sphere Mode or otherwise.
Well. You kind of fused too, but sure.
Hello, Fano. How are you doing tonight? IDUB type god. I will also accept Demigods.
You are looking at black blue.
Asmodeus the Archfiend. Legendary creature, devil god.
Closest to obelisk.
They're not wrong. We know about Asmodeus.
Okay, if you're looking for, you're running.
Yeah, that's. You know what? We really should get the other chair up here. Well, he also can't hear you, and I'm like right beside the microphone.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he wants something like
Well,
this.
how about grab this and move this over here, and then you can sit on this.
Are you sure? I don't want to break it.
Dude, do you know how old that the actual tower? Give me my. Yeah. Do you know how old that the actual tower itself is?
Oh,
Yeah.
so
Just move. Yeah. Move that. Yeah.
Okay. My brain went sit on this thing. Like,
Yeah. Well, that's why I said grab this and move this.
Tower me.
There.
Okay. So we're looking at black blue here.
There.
Black blue.
Is that better for you to hear? And now that neither of you are saying anything.
Well, I'm just trying to figure it. Okay. We're looking at black blue here.
Okay. Let me. I don't know if I can. Does that help any?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Oh, okay. Alright, enjoy, Esso. Tell me if you see anything crazy at the event.
Yeah, I know I'm not that close to this microphone. Doesn't exactly help. That might be better.
Maybe? I don't think I can turn it up much more.
No, I don't think that's going to work.
We have one other option.
Secondary headset?
No, I don't have a second headset that I can use.
Do you have a way to increase the ambient sound?
Yeah, maybe not. So I'm gonna try a thing. That's not what I'm looking for. I am looking for. I know what I need. You. Device manager. Swing you back over here. You. Properties. Enable. Close.
How about now? Let's see if we got anything here. Oh my goodness, he heard a thing.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome! Okay. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. So we're looking at black blue here. Black blue and Yugi usually consists
put this away.
of zombies.
Well, on Are you talking in Magic or are you talking in Yu-Gi-Oh?
In Yu-Gi.
Okay.
In Yu-Gi-Oh.
Okay.
Usually consists of fiends, zombies for black, or dark.
Yeah. I'm a little less concerned right now with the creature type.
Oh, okay.
And just more, like what kind of effects feel like. For example,
Okay.
the sacrificing multiple things to get something bigger.
Okay, so you're looking for effects between those colorings that are
Like, a good example. Actually, I have you here. I think if I can find you real quick. Because there was a 2-card combo that I had in one of my commons only decks that I ended up pulling out because it did not. I found it. It was extra. It was cute. It was fun. It was neat. It's just, it wasn't what I was. It didn't really work towards what the deck was trying to do. There we are. So.
Return. That would be something like salvage.
Right, but keep reading. Because keep in mind, there's 2 cards there, and that's
to your hand, and that's beginning combat on your turn. If you both own and control graph rats and a creature named Midnight Scavenger, exile them, then meld them into Chittering Host and Chittering Host. Haste menace when Chittering Host into the battlefield. Other creatures you control. Blah, blah, blah.
fusion summoning.
Yes. Yeah, that would be fusion summoning hands down.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that's going through my head right now. Is something of that nature where it says, "Hey, by the way," or let's see here,
Deck cycling is a big.
What were you? No, okay. I'm trying to remember how to actually block. Okay. Fine.
Are you looking like Defender?
Nope. These guys.
How about there? Okay, equipment.
Right, but these specifically.
Add equipment to it. Give it first right trample and haste. Good creature's indestructible. +5/+5. Whenever your good creature deals damage to a creature, remove that creature from the game.
So, that would end up producing a 9/9 indestructible, first strike, trample, haste. That when it hits something, exiles that thing.
AKA.
This is also what I'm thinking of for Exodia. I have to find the pieces, but this is a. Yes, I know. Exodia is I win the game.
No, not Exodia. That feels more like Black Luster Soldier Envoy of the Beginning.
Just because I know this is somewhere I can find it. Black Luster Soldier Envoy Beginning. BLS. What do you do?
BLS.
Cannot be normal set summon. Must special summon by banishing a light and a dark from your graveyard. Once per turn, you can Target a monster on the battlefield, banish it. This card cannot attack this turn. So, or if an attacking card destroys an opponent's monster. So if this is attacking it.
Yeah. If this is attacking and it destroys a monster, it gets to attack again.
Oh, it can make a second attack.
It can make a second attack. Or it can just straight up exile something from play.
I wouldn't count this as a BLS, but I do see, because this is more like the meld thing, but but a more powerful version of it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I do kind of see where you're going with that.
Yeah.
But because this is like, if you manage to get all three parts, you get a big effect at the end.
Oh, absolutely.
So this is why I'm comparing it more to more like, yeah, because even though it's not I win the game,
it's still a big enough threat if all three get out.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And you need to find all three pieces.
Yeah.
And Exodia is not easy when all the pieces are they are limited. Or banned.
The head is limited to one. The rest of the cards are normal monsters that are really weak, so you can put 3 of each. You can have.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty dang sure. If I'm off,
do you know how weird this feels being a Magic player, doing a Magic stream, and suddenly going, "What's the current forbidden list for Yu-Gi-Oh?" Say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden list.
Might not even be on it.
We would be looking at the TCG. We'd be looking at advanced, I think.
Advanced?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if it's advanced or traditional that's commonly played.
Yeah, you're right, advanced.
They're not fusions or synchros or anything like that. They're just
1 effect monster and 4 body parts.
Left arm, left leg, right arm, right leg, limited.
Oh.
So you can play 2. No, you can play 1. Limited is 1. Semi-limited is 2.
Okay, so
forbidden is 0.
Yeah, so that's something I can...
And so all 5 pieces of Exodia are limited.
Limited to just 1 now. Oh boy, okay.
Which is fun, because we're playing Commander.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
we're playing Commander. We're fine with that.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay. Alright.
So that makes more sense. Yeah, doing
so
Caldara stuff, yeah. Yeah.
No, whoops. Not only that, but that would also be a hilarious shout out to Tomer on. Yeah. So if you're not, and I only know this because I've worked at a local game store, which a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players come into. So I've ended up learning through what a friend of mine, Clayton, likes to refer to as cultural osmosis, i.e., if you're around it enough, you'll eventually pick up on it. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you can only have up to 3 copies of any one card, which to me, when it comes to their ban list, makes things better because you have an easier way to go not just 0, 1, or 3, or in Magic's case, 4, you've also got that nice slot of 2.
Mm-hmm.
Magic, you'd end up looking at, 3 is basically the same as running 4, so you might as well not bother. And 2, it's kind of like, again, why bother?
Yeah.
But because Yu-Gi-Oh has a max of 3, that 2 slot actually is a dial they can adjust fairly well. So you have forbidden, limited, which is 1, semi-limited, which is 2, and then
Band.
Band is 0.
Yeah, forbidden.
But then the full 3 of are allowed.
Yeah.
Which is, there's a lot of times I will turn around and say, I wish Yu-Gi-Oh would take some of the things from Magic and use that. Things like, for example, the term indestructible, as an example. We have a single word that means this thing. The Yu-Gi-Oh way of saying something like indestructible would be cannot be destroyed by combat or battle effects, which is this long as opposed to a single word.
Yep.
This is one of those times when I think Yu-Gi-Oh has it right because of their limit of 3 per card.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
It's an unusual thing, but like I said, I will gladly give them that because it
makes sense.
It makes sense in their game.
Yep. Okay.
There's only 2 things I really wish that Yu-Gi-Oh did that Magic, that they could take from Magic.
Yep.
One being finding a way to keyword certain things, because if you take a look, Magic has had to go through Shroud, Hexproof, and now Ward for ways to turn around and say, and protection for you can't, people can't target this or can't target it easily.
And Yugi cannot be targeted by spells or abilities or monster effects.
List
and this is what it can't be affected by.
It's all spelled out.
Yeah.
Which I don't completely disagree with. I just wish they would take certain abilities that you see a lot and keyword them.
I agree.
That is the number one thing, because you could take something like BLS and make it, probably make it half the length.
Yep.
A Blackluster Soldier for people that don't understand Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. You could take Blackluster Soldier, Envoy of the Beginning, and go once per...
Oh, yes. They just had, I think they just hit their 25th anniversary this year. Yeah, they're printing new sets roughly on the same cadence that Magic is nowadays. So every couple of months or so, you're getting a new set. Sometimes it's a reprint set. Sometimes it's, it's like, how the Modern Masters sets, they, here's a suite of cards that are new, and here's a suite of cards that are reprints of older cards. Yu-Gi-Oh does that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh does a lot of that.
And rewords them to suit this generation of the set, or...
i.e. gives them updated Oracle text, essentially.
Yeah. Like, a quick way to solve Blackluster Soldier is they could have, once per turn, exiles target creature, or this monster gains double strike.
Yeah. No, because I see where you're going with double strike, but that's not how it actually works. It's allowing the creature to attack again. You're getting an extra combat step.
Oh, crap, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting an actual... And so stuff that triggers on combat will trigger again.
Yeah.
Now, that's probably less common in Yu-Gi-Oh! But it's not impossible.
It is uncommon, but there are a lot of cards that restart battle phases.
Yep.
And that's basically what it would do. It would restart the battle phase.
Oh. What does... Now my brain. One of those random cards that I remember hearing multiple times, and I'm suddenly trying to remember what it does. What the heck is Mirror Force?
Mirror Force is a trap card that when your opponent declares an attack, you may trigger this trap card to negate the attack and destroy all monsters.
Destroy all attack position monsters your opponents control.
Yep. It's a counter trap that literally just says, nope, you all die if you're attacking.
So, hand traps are basically counter spells, essentially.
Okay. Traps technically are a instant.
Well, no, I know about traps, but there's I know Yu-Gi-Oh players have a few specific expressions that they use regarding certain types of cards.
Okay.
And hand trap is one of them. And a hand trap is basically, I think Infinite Impermanence is one, where it's something that you can play from your hand to do a thing.
That exists, but it's very rare.
They're more common nowadays.
It's
like there's enough out there that people actually play.
Okay.
That people will actually reference them.
Okay. So we're looking at more like the Tropics whole sets. The creatures there basically just all
nice. What was he playing? Deluxe is Deluxeicoff, who is the guy that I watched stream on Propaganda.
Okay.
It's his stream that we're talking about.
Nice.
So SO runs a Pauper event on Magic Online, I believe, every week.
Okay.
And Deluxe, the guy I watched stream, he won his first round. If he turns around and played something like Poison Storm, I don't
think anybody's going to be walking out of that.
Eight rats. Wait, rats or rack? No, couldn't be 8 rack. 8 rats. So
he plays 8 rats.
Oh. Are we talking like Are we talking like Chittering Rat and Crypt Rat? Crypt Rats for sure. Okay. Crypt Rats is really good. You can only spend black mana to activate it, but any mana you put into it, you go, hey, by the way, everything takes this much damage.
Yeah. Crypt Rats are mean.
Whereas I generally tend to run Pestilence in that slot.
Yeah.
But Pestilence also costs an extra mana. But it's an enchantment that sticks around until all creatures die. But if you... Okay, yup, that'll do it. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield for a single black. Thunk! Hey, my Crypt Rats are back.
Yep. Crypt Rats nuke the field. Crypt Rats come back.
So he's probably playing... I don't know the list off the top of my head, but it sounds like it's a black-based control deck, which wouldn't surprise me considering this is Deluxeicoff we're talking about. However, he has been known to play aggro. Yeah. That wouldn't completely surprise me. That being said...
Okay. Returning from the graveyard to the hand or returning from the graveyard to the battlefield is a big one for Yugi.
That being said, also, if you have a link to like anything like even standings or something like that, feel free to drop it off in the chat. It shouldn't block. I haven't done anything to set up, hey, by the way, don't, block links or anything like that. So feel free to drop it off in the chat. If it doesn't let you, let me know and I'll see if I can figure out how to unblock it. But, alright.
back to the Yugioh.dec. You're
Yeah.
looking at...
So, I'm going to start making a list here.
Yep.
Okay, so he did put the link in. All right.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. So, traps. I'm just going to defense position, Exodia,
face down.
sack to make bigger threat. Can't play X type. Face down. Whoops. Indestructible, because Yu-Gi-Oh loves doing versions of that.
Reanimation is another one. Is another massive one.
Yeah, but that's something that
You're running black.
I shouldn't say yeah, but
You're running black.
yeah, being able to get stuff back in black is not difficult. I mean, that's probably enough as a starting point. Because realistically, my initial thought was gods, traps, stuff that's face down, defense position. That gives you enough concept-wise to start feeling like, you sure this is a magic deck?
Okay.
That should give me enough as a starting point.
Okay.
So, let's start off with what traps there are.
Oh, we're going to be here a while.
Oh no. Yes, fine. Yeah, you see that? You see that last comment?
This deck needs more cowbell.
Yeah, I know exactly who that is.
This deck needs
I was talking to her earlier today before I got hold of you. Dragonauts.
Okay.
Alright,
Cowbell.
so... Okay, so here's the traps that we have access to. We actually have 8 traps. Some of them are actually pretty decent. Archive trap, you really only care about if you're milling, but it mills a bunch. Lethargy trap is not bad. Mind break trap, I would be running. Actually, how much are you?
If an opponent casts 3
Okay, I can get that for like 10-ish.
Exile any number of target spells.
Traps usually have a thing about if you meet its trap condition, you can cast it for cheaper. Sometimes that cheaper is free.
I would have Needlebite trap in as a side card.
Well, this is Commander. There's no side deck.
Oh yeah, okay.
There's
okay.
no
brains kind of okay.
No, that's fine. But Nemesis trap feels really good because you
Whiplash is also going to be a big one.
Banish an opponent's monster, make a token that's a copy of it, which dies which gets banished at the end of the turn.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Nemesis trap is great. Whiplash is also going to be a big one.
Ravenous trap you're gonna want.
Yep.
Permafrost trap. Put 2 of your opponent's monsters in defense position.
Okay, so stop attack. The spell will turn into a trap. Oh no. No entry.
Apparently somebody wants you.
Oh, this happens a lot. Thomas tried to get a hold of me to see if I could game with him. It's like, nah, I'm busy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to get a hold of you. You did quiet, you.
Yeah, this is why I turn around to put my phone on mute. I can check at it later, but I put my phone on mute.
And that's why I'm turning off my ringtone to do so. Yeah.
But that gives you a reasonable number of traps to start off with.
Yeah.
So, Archive trap I don't think I'm gonna run. Lethargy trap I'm okay with.
Yep. Mind break, definitely.
So, Erratic Wombat, you may remember my friend Jay.
Hello.
He used to live with me. He, out of the people that I know that I at all regularly hang around with, he is the best person I know for Yu-Gi-Oh! I am building a commander deck that feels a bit like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck.
Yeah.
So if you notice over here on the right hand side, I have some concepts that feel like they would belong in Yu-Gi-Oh! As a starting point for what am I putting in. And I don't remember specifically why, but I'm using Etrata the Silencer as my Etrata the Silencer. I'm using her as my general. Exile that card.
2 blue, 2 black? 2 other.
Yeah, so 4 mana to cast it. Oh, yeah. I think this is... This, from the opposite direction, could also be an Exodia.
That actually would be closer to Exodia than anything else. Than even the 3 artifacts. Because
you see the comparison though.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mind Break Trap. Needle Bite Trap, probably not. Nemesis Trap. Yes, Permafrost Trap I don't have a problem with. Ravenous Trap, because eating graveyards is good. And whip, actually, quite a lot of the traps. That's, out of 8 traps, that's 6 of them I am comfortable playing. Whoops, wrong one. That, and that, and that, and that, because I forgot to do this bit earlier. Center.
Okay.
So now you get to see how I build decks in the meantime.
Yeah.
So this section up here. So each of these columns is 11 cards.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got 5 sections at the top, 4 sections at the bottom.
Yeah.
That's 9 times 11 is 99.
Okay.
Plus 1 for your general.
Yeah.
So there's one category. I'm going to take that. I don't have to do any specific one.
Yeah.
But we're looking at traps which are generally the purplish color, I think.
Yes. They
Okay.
are purple.
I will leave that the color it is then for the time being.
Traps are purple. The color here from 1727.
That is my mana.
That is actually the color for normal monster types.
Yeah, but it's more of an orange color.
No, it's only orange if it has an effect.
Well, yeah, but even the normal monsters, even if they don't have effects, they're orange, but they're a paler orange.
I see it as yellow, but that's just me.
I get where you're going. I get where you're going.
Yeah. Basic everything.
Defense position means I need to be looking at morph. I will come back to that.
Morph or defender.
Alright. So Exodia is going to be an orangish color.
Exodia himself is going to be
like that.
Yeah, he's going to be an orangey color.
So, I want the 3 cauldron pieces.
Yep.
Shield of Cauldra.
Helm of Cauldra.
And I think the other was
Sword.
So I want those. I also want... No. Okay. So I need something to find.
You need something to help pull out artifacts faster.
Yes.
In black or blue. You need something that helps you pull out artifacts that have a price. Because I noticed that those 3 are not cheap.
I mean, they're not bad. They're like 4 or 5. Like casting cost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is... Is that a word of invention I'm thinking of? No, I'm not going to be running enough artifacts for that. Hey, Deluxeicoff! How you doing? I have to apologize. I'm not streaming a commons only deck right now. But if you want, I can
No problem.
let me pull up this link again. I really should put this in as a macro. Whoops. If you go there, that will go to a Google Docs spreadsheet, which has a list of the decks that I'm working on, including a bunch that are commons only. Some of which I'm like, I know you're really familiar with what's in Pauper, but sometimes I take a look at it's like, why does this card not seem like, card X is a really good card. Why doesn't this see more play in Pauper? Why doesn't this see any play in Pauper? Still let me host your show. I mean, it should. I remember doing it through Twitch itself. No. I don't remember the actual command for it. Twitch command to host. Command to host someone on Twitch. Apparently it's just simply, /host and then their username. There's also auto hosting, which is how I've got mine set up. I've got about a dozen people, I think, that I host. And depending on who's on, and because realistically, I hadn't streamed much in a long time until very recently, about the last month. And so Tuesday evenings I've started streaming, starting around 3 o'clock your time. I've been starting to stream some kind of deck building thing. And I mean, this is saying June 11th this year, so yeah. If you go to your chat, open up your chat window and just type /host and then the person's username, and mine doesn't have a space in it, so it should work. If that doesn't work, again, try the auto host feature, because that's how I've got mine set up. If I go to Twitch for a moment, which is, oh look, it jumps automatically to you. You can see whose Twitch stream I most commonly watch, right? Where are you here? Creator dashboard, was it listed under there? Yeah, go away. Pops that out. Stream manager. No, it wasn't there. Was it under community? Yeah, I know. I'm trying to remember where I put it or where it was.
Maybe it's under settings?
Yeah, this is all some kind of settings.
No, I'm talking about under content.
Oh, under.
Settings under content.
Oh, that one. Yada yada yada. Where do I have video producer collections, clips, no, okay, nothing there. Activity, host manager, no followers. Yeah, I'll try and find it, and yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah.
Another thing I've had to worry about touching for a long time, so blah. Cause the annoying thing is, it's a thing I remember seeing. Oh gods. No, what? I will find it later. Ah, son of a crap. Excuse you. Stop moving. Don't you love it when you tell a computer to do one thing, it does something else?
Yep, exactly. It's perfect.
I don't know. Had it set up a certain way. It's like,
yep.
View all prints. Okay, so is there 3 or is that? I thought there were 4. No, apparently there's 3. Oh, Scryfall? Yeah, Scryfall is great. It's like Gatherer, but a lot more powerful, a lot better to play with. Yeah, depending on what you're looking at, well, they did. Actually, Erratic Wombat and I were talking about that this morning. You were probably still asleep. About how many different versions of art there are for the same card nowadays. We started off talking about the pricing of foils. And just as an example, Shieldred the Apocalypse, one of those cards that gets played everywhere where it's legal. And you've got the standard art. You have this version and you've got this version. So you've already got 3 different arts for the same card in the recent set, and then you've also got, is it, Phyrexian language or not? So they've been doing a lot of that, but like we were talking about what happened to the price of foils, because yourself, you will get a card, and if you got the foil of it, it would be worth like twice as much. And nowadays, there's hardly any adjustment to the price based on whether it's foil or not. Yeah. But I was taking a look through a bunch of random cards that I had because I was trying to find stuff for my mono blue commons only deck. And I came across, let's see if you can see it from here, I came across a foil printing of Overgrown Battlements, which is like 25 to 50 cents normally, but as a foil, it's like $6 or $7. Yeah, that big a multiplier, that's like 12 to 14 times the value just because it's foil, whereas nowadays Take a Da Vinci and spray paint gloss atop it. Oh yeah. One of the things Deluxeicoff doesn't like is white bordered cards. And I have decided I have a search saved on Scryfall where I'm going to eventually build a pauper legal deck where every card is white bordered.
Oh, just to spite up, you're mean.
And part of the reason that's more doable now than it used to be, is Mystery Booster 2. The entire set is all white bordered. Ouch! My eyes! So you get cards like Ponder and Preordained,
Yeah, it's
which are big popper staples in certain especially for certain decks. Spell Pierce, Treasure Cruise, all see play. Fairy Macabre is a common, no pun intended, card that you pitch from hand. It's a hand trap, basically, to exile 2 cards out of an opponent's graveyard. So if they're trying to reanimate something somehow, you're like, and nope. Yeah. Really big important deck. Or really big important... Yeah, we never really saw it that way. Rite of Flame has started seeing some play again.
Nice.
And then Bajuka Bog commonly gets played, and Basilisk Gate, Bajuka Bog, eat somebody graveyard, Basilisk Gate, pump a creature based on how many gates you've got. Snow-covered basics. And of course, now he gets past... Nice! Little Fight is one of the mods on Deluxe's stream who's been there basically since the beginning. And then disappeared for a while, and has come back.
Nice.
So, yeah. Yeah. Oh wow, he taught you I think I remember you mentioning that too.
Dang.
But yeah, if I want to build a white bordered commons only deck, there's nearly 200 white bordered commons that I can play. Gin and tonic, but look how he spelled gin.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Alright, but now that I've got a starting point, I should run Demonic Tutor.
Yeah.
How much are you nowadays?
You're looking for draw. Yeah, the Demonic Tutor will do it.
No, I'm looking for search.
Yeah, the Demonic Tutor will do it.
There's a list printing that's 35. View all prints as checklist USD. Yeah, so the list printing is going to be the least expensive one. But that lets you search for any card. That's the reason why we call, searching for card tutoring.
Yeah.
Because of Demonic Tutor.
Oh, I know.
What I was mentioning before, when we were out and about earlier today.
Yeah.
And if you want to do the flip side, the beta printing is like $1,000.
Oh.
What kind of blackboarded?
Yeah. I have to use.
No, he's escaping. Somebody stop him.
Yeah, well, eventually I will have to leave.
I mean, that's up to you.
I know.
Yeah. Actually, Deluxeicoff, question for you. Do you know... I think there's already a card vaguely along that line already. Do you know any cards off the top of your head that are good for searching up, like the obvious one I can think of is Tinker, that are good for searching up an artifact specifically? I don't care about the rarity. If it happens to be common, great. If it's not, oh well. Unfortunately, because the deck we're working on is based on, and this sounds weird, it's based on Yu-Gi-Oh! So we're trying to put together Exodia, and off the top of my head, the best thing to come up with Exodia, at least initially speaking, were the 3 Cauldron equipment. Unfortunately, they're like 4 and 5 mana, and the Trinket Mage, Trophy Mage, and all that jazz, they'll fetch 1 or less, 2, 3, and then I think 6 plus. Trash for treasure. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, none of them will. And I'm doing black-blue, so trash for treasure doesn't work. Plus, trash for treasure would have to be in the graveyard first. It is a card I would be... Wait, trash for treasure? Yeah, trash for treasure is basically Goblin Welder's ability. Actually, Goblin Welder. Actually, I don't know why I didn't just do that. Arkham Dagson, possibly. It sounds weird, but depending on the kind of cards you're playing, take a look at this.
Squeeze by. Target artifact, creatures, controllers, sacrifices. Hit that. Search their library for a non-creature artifact card, put it onto the battlefield, and shuffle the library. So the first card that... because it targets the creature, right?
Yeah.
First card that goes through my head that you'd want to sacrifice.
Enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle it. When this creature dies, you may draw a card. Yeah.
Which incidentally is also in my mono blue deck.
Nice. Yeah.
Because it ramps.
Yeah.
Yeah. We only had maybe half an hour for a game before I started streaming. So Jay and I sat down, we played a game. I had built a mono blue ramp. I had built a mono blue deck that, to quote somebody that works at another local game store here, it identifies as being green. He turned around, and that one had no restriction on rarity. He turned around and played my mono brown commons only ramp deck. And then proceeded to kick my butt because he was ramping into big stuff and I was still playing like 2 2s and 3 3s, and he was having like 5 5s and 6 6s, and I was like, thunk! You know, on turn like 4, I think he had Kozilek's Channeler out, so that, 4 4 tap for 2. I mean, thank you. You don't have to. I do have. If you go back to, I did a random stream on this past Friday, with a bit of a different layout. So because you You love tinkering, and that's why. So you like to play tinker, right? Right. Which is like right here. Are you legal in Commander? You are not legal in Commander. Okay, that's probably a good thing.
Sorry for cutting you off. Are you good for ideas for Yugi?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna disappear soon.
Damn, the only paper printing is 400 US.
I need to find out when the 902 is.
Nice. Go away, go away, go away. This one. So I had for there, but that's when your next one is.
8:23.
Yeah, which is about half an hour.
And then 8:53.
Yeah. So like I said, roughly every half an hour.
Yeah.
Just across from the GM Center. Or sorry, just by just a block up of the GM Center is where that one is.
Just a block up from the GM Center. Okay, I know where that is.
Yeah, well, because look at the location I have it set for.
Eastbound at Mary.
Yeah.
Could we do East at King? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
King eastbound at Simcoe.
But yeah, here's all your T mages that you were talking about. Yeah, Treasure Mage is 6. Tribute is 2. Treasure is 1 or less. Trophy is 3. And all the Calder pieces are like 4 or 5. The Calder pieces. Like I said, we're trying to recreate Exodia, kind of. Which are they're 3s and 4. Oh, the one you actually specifically want to tutor up is Helm of Calder is only 3. But the other 2 pieces are 4, so I would need to be able to search for an artifact. Oh! Fabricate would work. No, I hadn't. And for a moment there, I thought you meant transmute artifact. And then I just realized, no, you're talking about the ability that Demir had in the first trip to Ravnica.
Corner here.
Yeah.
Go and.
Oh. This. There's a reason I'm not saying it.
Yep.
But I think for a case like this, Oh, this is adorable. Oh, and you're cheap too. Oh, that's hilarious. I think instead of Demonic Tutor, which is not bad, but I think I want Loyal Inventor, and I think I'll use Fabricate for the other one. Cool. So that'll get Exodia off the list, where you are here, and that'll get Traps off the list, which is that one. Yeah, unfortunately, Erratic Wombat Tinker is not.
I can't find it.
Because I know the actual stop number for it off the top of my head. Yeah, unfortunately, Tinker is not legal in Commander. So I do go by what is banned in Commander, because obviously I'm building a Commander deck. Even if the deck is commons only, which is, people like to play Pauper Commander and stuff like that. That's a completely different format that allows any uncommon and has a separate ban list. I build my decks to play against Commander decks.
Well,
They may not play well, but I build based on that.
Well, I just missed one. My next one's at 8:38, which then makes me miss the 8:30.
No, 8:08. It's just 8 o'clock. It's just barely hitting 8 o'clock now.
I would have to leave now to make it. Yeah.
No.
I'm looking at that.
Or, again, the off is there.
I know, but if we're supposed to get you-know-what, and I'm in busted shoes.
Busted shoe?
If we're supposed to get snow, which everybody but me apparently hates.
I don't. Excuse you?
I like snow, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said everybody but you hates? Excuse you?
I didn't know how much you love snow, so...
I have no problem with snow. It's, it's annoying to walk through depending on what footwear you have, but that's another thing. I know how to dress for the weather.
Okay, my apologies, sir.
Don't call me sir, I'll make you salute me. At which point he...
Right.
Hey, it's my house, of course. I have the right and the left. Anyway, if you're getting going, I will... Because the other thing is, if you stayed over, I have an appointment tomorrow. Not say, not trying to coerce you one way or the other. It's just you could, come with me then and maybe leave after that or whatever.
I'd rather be going home before it hits.
Okay.
So I gotta get my fuzzy butt out the door, because I got about 8 minutes to get down there.
About 6 now, but yeah.
I'm not gonna make it in 6.
You throw your shoes on, you grab your coat, and you run out the door. It's literally about 2 minutes from here.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, just up the street.
Yeah. This isn't your place, this is mine.
Yeah, okay. I'll chat with you later, Chris. Bye, everybody on your stream.
Alright. He is escaping. Damn. Can't keep him any longer. Alright. So, sacking stuff to make a bigger threat. Oh, yeah. Right. I want stuff that... creatures. No? Have I got the right wording? Authority of the consoles. I think that's right. Oh, enter tapped. Right, because now it's enter, not enter the battlefield. As an enter tapped as a copy of any creature. False floor. Okay. False floor. Frozen ether. Orb of dreams. Okay. I have 3 cards to make stuff enter my opponent's side of the battlefield in defense position. So if they're entering in defense position, I want you to be, I was going to say white, so I'll go with the light gray. Oh, that is hilarious. Falls, floor, frozen. That's why. Oh, no, that's right. How do I do that? Nope. Heck with it. Orb of Dreams. Yeah, in case you're wondering, I'm trying to remember how to do the, because by default I have my keyboard set for US International, which allows me to hit a couple of keystrokes to do certain characters a lot easier. For example, if I'm talking to a friend of mine and, I need a French word, like the C in, in garçon. Whoops. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I think the thing has to support it. No? Why are you not? That's weird. Am I just being derp? I cannot pull up. There. Oh, I'm using the wrong keystroke. I am dumb. Okay, yeah, I know why I couldn't do it. If I hit the apostrophe followed by the letter C, I get the C with the CD that you use for garçon. If I use tilde plus the N, I get that. I get the enya that you get in Spanish. If I need that German double S, the right alt plus S gives me the sharpest S. So I've been trying to remember how to do, wait a sec, is it? No. I'm trying to remember what key combination it is for. This thing. It's literally two S's together. Have you tried Alt Control key? A or Z? Nope. Ah! Found it. It's Z. So Alt Shift Z. There we go. F2 Alt Shift Z. There. Go away. Sorry, I want it done properly. Yeah, I'm crazy like that. Okay, so I have cards to show up in. I have cards that force my opponent's stuff in. Oh. Well, here's the thing, Erratic Wombat. You don't need to know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You just need to be exposed to enough stuff that people have heard of to be able to build around that. So everybody knows that the gods are really important. Yeah, exactly. The gods are really important, you know. It doesn't matter what Obelisk the Tormentor and Slifer, I forget what his title is, and was it Obelisk, Slifer, and yeah, but Blue Eyes White Dragon is just a big creature, realistically. I don't remember him actually doing anything that's Blue Eyes White Dragon. What do you actually do? Yeah, you are just a big creature. You are level 8, which means you need 2 cards to 2 other monsters to tribute summon it, and it's literally just 3,000 attack, 2,500 defense with no abilities. So, well, I mean, it depends on the printing too. If you went to LOB, i.e. the game's first printing, it would be worth more. And if it was first ed LOB, it would be more on top of that. The weird thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you have first edition versus unlimited. And first edition is their first set of print runs, and then if they do more print runs after that, they're considered unlimited. And depending on which print run ends up bigger, usually the first ed print run has a small, like the first edition ones are a smaller print one, and then you get the larger print run, and then unlimited is larger, and so the first ed ends up being worth more. But sometimes it ends up being the other way around, and so the unlimited is worth more. So it depends on the set. But all right, go have fun. I'll probably still be doing this when you get back. But yeah, Blue Eyes White Dragon, I would probably just find, what's the biggest, what's the biggest vanilla dragon I can find? There aren't any. Not that there's a lot of dragons in Dimir to begin with, because we're not talking red. Okay, so let's go back to... You know what? Let's go back to gods. And again, I will accept demigods. You know what? You're right. Good call on that. It's difficult to find a dragon that doesn't have flying. And that is not really a... let's see here. Does that work? Oh. Okay, that doesn't do what I'm looking for. But Blue Eyes White Dragon is just a big dragon. So, Chardelin is a 4/4. You know what? Sort by size. Sort by power in descending order. You have an upkeep cost? No. Wow. I think the closest I can find to something that would be like Blue Eyes White Dragon, which is literally just a big monster and no actual abilities would be like Shardolin Dragon, and that's only a 4/4. Whereas something like Exodia would be equivalent to something in the ballpark of like a 7 or 8 power creature. I could make an argument for Draco, I guess. If I can find a way to produce other basic land types. Adding forests is not hard, because one thing people tend to forget about is Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, even though it references forests, does not have a green color identity. Because, you know, if you've got a black card, let's say, that has Forest Walk, it's a black card. Unless it has a green mana symbol somewhere in its text, it's still just a black card. Red is probably the better example for that, but yeah. So I can come up with a third basic land type fairly easily. Can I come up with plains and mountains? Or just bite the bullet and, you know, I have an upkeep cost of 6. 1, 2, 3, 6. That would bring it down to a 10 mana 9/9 flyer with an upkeep cost of 4. Maybe. That's something to consider. All right. Where are... Right, my gods. I think 8 gods is probably plenty. And again, I care less about how well they line up with Yu-Gi-Oh! And more the fact that they are gods. So, what are you? For each historic card in your graveyard, artifacts, legendaries, and sagas are historic. So it's a 10 mana 7/7. Exile. Okay, that's kind of hilarious. With total mana value 30 or greater. And you're not even expensive. For those that haven't figured out, I'm in Canada. So I have to add roughly 40% to these numbers. So 360, 36 times 4 is $1.44. So add $1.44 to 360. So it's about a $5 card for the basic version. I think I'm okay with that. I think I might want to play... Yeah, I think I might want to play that anyway. Now this section is all going to be in bold. No, this is something I'm eventually going to build in paper. If you go back to that spreadsheet that I put up earlier, which I think I showed you a link to, anything that I say I built it in paper. Capitoline Triad. I am okay with that. Yeah. So all of those, gotta sort you guys by color. Phoenix would be hilarious. Scarab God from a graveyard. How much is Scarab God? I seem to remember it used to be more. 11, 12 bucks. Okay, so like 15, 16 bucks. Might be because of the couple of Commander Masters printings it's had. Okay. I am fine running the Scarab God. Phoenix. Phoenix I kind of want to run just for lulz. What else are interesting? So I've got 6 other gods I can run. Gets +1 for each and every foretold card. Your backs. Oh, you just have something else on your other side. Cosima. I don't think I want Cosima for that deck. You may reveal the card. What about the O'Hares? Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, when it dies, return it transformed into a land. Thassa. How much is this Thassa? Yeah, I might have to break the. I might have to. Whoops! I might have to bite the bullet and do it. Whoops. Thassa, God of the Sea. Target creature can't block, or can't be blocked. Wow, you're what do you... Really? Beginning of your upkeep, scry 1. That's kind of a big deal. Okay. Aquazotz. Asmodeus is still funny. Or as I like to call it, Asmodeus, 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 Asmodeus. Yeah. Bond you can't attack unless a creature died under your control this turn. Which might not be that hard depending on what kind of sacking. Like if I've got enough sacrifice to do things. You know, enough Tinker, Natural Order, etc. kind of effects. Egon. At the beginning of your upkeep, exile 2 cards from a graveyard. Second and draw a card. Damn it. Quit running away. Erebos. Oh yeah. God Eternal Bond 2 I think I want. That might be my Pot of Greed variant too. Sack 2 permanents, you know, get, you know, draw 2 cards. Geez. What's that one pot? It's like you banish the top 10 cards of your deck and then you draw 2, which in Commander, considering you start with a 100 card deck, is not that big a deal. Pot of Desires? I think that's right. Pot of desires. Bash 10 from the top of your deck face down, draw 2 cards. Yeah, $30 for a very fancy printing. Like 50 cents for a regular rare, depending on the version, etc., etc. What's that card that says exile the top 10 of your deck? Diminishing returns. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Yu-Gi-Oh's got a lot of ways to get back cards that it banished fairly easily. Banish being its version of exile. I will be back in a moment. I gotta go explode. But I'll be back in a moment. I have an idea. All right. So, I just had to make a quick dash to the bathroom, and thankfully, I'm one of these people that if I take my phone into the bathroom, I am there to do a specific thing, and that's just keeping me busy for the couple minutes or whatever that I'm in there. I don't fall asleep with my phone in the bathroom like some people. I've heard stories. Yeah. You know, they'll be in the bathroom for like 3 hours or whatever. So, no, that's not me. Yeah, TMI, I'm sure. Anyway, but I did a quick search for stuff that can do something about cards that were exiled with it. And I found like I had like 97 matches. Okay. Because Magic, once a card gets exiled, it's hard to get it back. Yu-Gi-Oh! It's a lot easier to get the cards back. So, is there... Ethereal Forager, maybe. No, that would be too slow. Or not. Sorry, wrong card types. When you spend consonants or sorcery. Give me a look at the Axel is the top card. Yep. Halcon's inside. Cast a spell among the... Yeah. Whoa. I'm gonna want you. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it. Nope. Nope. Exile target creature card. Yeah, this is a card I actually really liked for my... I don't think I actually magic picked this up for it. But it's one of the... Yeah, it's 5 cents. For my mono blue deck that quote-unquote identifies as being green, this is the kind of card that I was looking for because it would grow my creature. I don't care about the... has all activated? Yeah, whatever. Don't care. This creature, the crawler itself gets bigger with +1 counters, which is very much a green thing. Shared Fate does not feel like an Exodia, or does not feel like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing. XO5 over. Nope. Whenever you choose to put one of my cards. That's cool. You're also cheap. All Hallows Eve. No. I have one. Put 2 counters on it. When I remove the last all players to calc. Yeah. This is like the original version of like Living Death. I have one of these. So if you look back at that, and I'm only specifically mentioning you because I know you've got the spreadsheet open. If you look down to Esper, oh yeah, art back then was insane. It was art nowadays is very, for lack of a better word, homogenized. I.e., it all looks very, for the most part, it all looks very similar to each other. It's kind of like if you're looking at comic books, you know, the Superman is always drawn in a similar style regardless to who does. Well, I shouldn't say regardless, but any of the, like, if you've got, say, half a dozen different artists. My first rare foretold my fate, Frankenstein. Oh, dude. Frankenstein's monster was hilarious. UXL knows. I'm just going to, like, okay, I'm going to stick with cards back then. If you milled yourself for a bunch, which wasn't a thing people commonly did, but if you milled yourself for a bunch, used Frankenstein's monster and threw a bunch of +2/+0 counters on it, you could then fling it with Stone Giant at your opponent's face. Yeah, it required a bit of setup, but suddenly you have this giant monster that's just going thunk. Knock your opponent from 20 to 0 with one hit. What just happened? But yeah, like if you have half a dozen artists on the same team, they're all going to draw they're all going to draw Superman or Batman or Rogue or whoever else, Deadpool, the same way. Yeah. But back then, and this is Christopher Rush, the guy that did Black Lotus. The art back then was just all over the place. You take a look at Legends now, and it's like, pull up what's in Legends. Excuse you. Oh, right. Wrong spot. And the art back then was just so varied. And it all looked very, very different. Alright, this is a card I need to pin down. My mono blue deck that's not commons only, that thinks it's a green deck. I have a copy of Yavimaya Cradle of Growth in there to turn everything into a forest. I want this just so I can blow up all, so I can play, I have a one-shot Armageddon. But yeah, the art back then was just nuts. A lot of the cards were really bad, but I mean, like Chains of Mephistopheles. Crazy card, powerful ability. Not a fan of the art personally. Oh my god, Demonic Point of Torment. I had picked up a bunch of these because I wanted them for Commander. It's a black pacifism. But yeah, see, Deluxe, you don't get to get distracted as often as I do, because you're sitting there, trying to show off a deck, and so you've got to keep the matches going. At least 5. I'm just building a deck, and it's like, hey, take you guys along for the ride. Yeah. But yeah, this card, if, like I was saying to Esso, if you go back to Esper, I have listed Sphinx bidding with Shroom as my general. Because I wanted to do something different. And some of you may remember Goblin bidding. Back when it was in the standard during like Onslaught and stuff. And it was based around Patriarchs bidding. Which is this thing. Although it looked like this. Everyone chooses a creature type, and then everyone reanimates all creatures of that type. I wanted to do that with Sphinxes because I wanted Shroom to do something different and interesting. And I was able to pick up this card a few years ago for like $30, I think. Here's my box of deck parts for stuff that's I haven't put together yet. One might argue I have a problem. Yeah. All Hallows Eve. I bought it at a convention for $30 Canadian. So that was probably like 25 bucks at that point. It's now worth over 500 US. In this condition, I could probably assume I would be basing it on, say, 400. If someone gave me like 40%, I could still get 160 bucks for it. Okay, but now with the current exchange rate being at like, $1.40-ish, might be looking at like 200 to 225 bucks cash. Not expecting it. Well, holy hand grenade of Antioch, I was not expecting that. Oh yeah. And then I bought Angus Mackenzie for a friend of mine. Because we've been talking about Turbo Fog in Commander. And we didn't even know it was a thing. And it's like, hey, by the way, use this and stuff like Instill Energy to untap it. No big deal. I think I picked it up for him for like 40 bucks, which would have been like 30-ish US at that point. Maybe 32-ish. In case of post-apocalypse. I went to one of my local game stores today, and I went from my mono blue commons only deck has got like about a third of its cards too. Hey, by the way, it's done now. And I picked up 3 copies of Relic of Progenitus, which is the most expensive card in my deck. 8 Canadian, so about 7. $6.57. No, 6. About 550. Yeah, about 550 or so US. I grabbed 3 of them. Most expensive card going in most of my commons only decks. It is rare, no pun intended, for me to have a card that's worth more than that. But yeah. Yeah. I'm getting slightly distracted. No surprise there. But yeah, if you're heavy into Pauper, most cards are not going to be worth much. But then you're going to come across the occasional one that's, like actually worth something. Wonder what the most expensive. You know what? Just because. Lightning Bolt. Fuel Prince as checklist. What are you? You're basically a Judge Promo lightning bolt at $740. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. It's worth 2 beta lightning bolts. Thing is, once you get off the top 3, then it drops to only 50-ish. Wow. Also, can we appreciate some of the cool AF art for some of these? Like, that's a secret lair. I love how that looks. And then Storm. Storm doing Storm things. Oh wow. Okay. Where did I leave off? I was down here. Yeah. When it comes to play, remove the top 7 cards of your library from the game face down. I'm not sure how I feel about Kolfiner's plans in terms of this deck. Okay. That's not silly. When it enters, you become the monarch. At the beginning of your upkeep, you exile the top card of target opponent's library. So you choose one opponent and you go, I'm exiling that. What? I'm exiling the top card of your deck. You can play it for as long as it's exiled. You can spend mana as though we're any color of any type to cast it. And if you're the monarch, the turn that you exile it, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. Wow. I don't think that works for this specific deck. Let me rephrase that. I don't think it does the thing that I'm specifically looking for. Put all creatures exiled with. Yeah, I want to put on that for bonus. Gelatinous cube. Protector creature manify. Yugioh-ize. If a creature in my exile, instead put all creature cards. See, Yugioh-ize is one of those cards where I want a flicker effect. Or, alternatively, I have some way to give the creature back to my opponent. So it dies and it sacrifice when it attacks sack at the end of combat. So if I can, before the end of combat, trigger. Huh. I don't know how that would work. Attacks her. Choose a card around. Hazel's Brewmaster enters or attacks. I make a food. Okay, Hazel's Brewmaster is just funny. 3/4 menace for Squirrel Warlock for 4. When it enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard and create a food. Foods you control have all activate abilities of all creature cards exiled with a Brewmaster. What on earth? I mean, that last bit, have all activate abilities of all whatever exiled with this. Yeah. Depends on how many activate abilities are floating around, but yeah. Actually, you don't even need a lot. Hey, I just had a funny idea. You know, it'd be hilarious to steal with that. Would be Dryad Arbor. I just ate your land out of your graveyard, and hey, by the way, now all my food's tapped for green. Wait, what? Extra. Deals comment on an Excel card from their hand face down. You may look at. That's cool. Second artifact, you may play a card exiled with a little bell at the top. Parallax Nexus. No. Whatever you sack a creature, exile it if it was a token. Well, at least battlefield return card. Oh. Yeah. I want that for this. Tell you maybe. Sheila Dreadwell. Put creature card out. What? Oh. Put a creature card. Put a target creature card with mana value X with Sheila. Oh. Oh. Oh no, that's wrong. Oh, that is wrong. Soul Flare doesn't do what I'm looking for. Underworld Sentinel is kind of funny. Enters the battlefield, so take a. Okay, yeah. You're not actually silly expensive. Like dollar-wise. I think once it's out of standard. I think once it's out of standard, I might want a copy for Life.dec. For Abzan Life. Yeah. Yeah. If another creature would be put into... Nice. Anybody else that you know of that's popped into into Deluxe's channel? That's involved? I'm guessing you're running it to early, late, I'm not sure what, for anybody from Europe. So, oh, what's his name? Not Dreamers Tango. I am drawing a blank on his other mod's name. Oh my god. How? Movie theater. Yeah. Yeah, if I were you, I'd probably be finding somebody else to go, hey, by the way, oh, you're from North America? Hey, can you run this? Because starting at 1 a.m., I'm probably expecting it to go for, like, not unreasonably 3 hours. Unless you're usually up at night. He's been... God, how do I not remember his other mod's name? The guy that constantly is, like, going to the movie theater or whatever. I think he's Dutch? Yeah, Nimchimsky. Why can I not remember his name? It's... Don't tell him that. I've already go feel bad enough that I couldn't... That I drew a complete and utter... Ugh. Yeah, but he'd probably be playing if it wasn't, like, silly, because it's what? It's almost 9 here, 5, 6, it's probably like 3 in the morning for him right now, or thereabouts. Nazar's Gateway, I think. Wait, and transform it. Oh no, it doesn't do anything about the cards. Under your control. Oh yeah, cold storage is another card I want. Cold storage is hilarious. It's like, look at this. 4 mana, pay 3, store a creature you control into it. But he started in New York and will have little sleep. Oh, he started new work. Oh. Sorry, I thought that said he started in New York, and I'm like, why would that? Oh no, starting a new job. Yeah, that would be. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile from the graveyard. Remove creature card from no. Except target creature card from a graveyard. See, yeah. When I get to building when I get to building Naya Dino Ramp, Dino DNA is going in. Ghost Vacuum, maybe. Ghost Scepter. Return all cards with under their owner's control. No. Ice Cauldron. Crazy card. Really long, complicated text. In short, what this does is you pay X, tap it, exile a spell, and the mana, and whatever mana you put into it, and keep track of what exactly you tossed in. So if you spent like 3 blue mana, you're putting 3 blue mana in, and then later you tap it, remove the count. You tap it, and you get to spend that mana towards casting that spell. That is a funny card. It's a layaway plan. Yeah. Kind of liberated, maybe. Oh yeah. It's not a great card, but it's a fun card. Actually, do I want Ace Cauldron for this? No, I don't think so. Knowledge Pool, no. We're not touching Knowledge Pool. Go away. Exile top card of your library face down. Sack it. If you do, discard your hand and put all cards. Cards exile. Okay, that thing. You may exile top card of your library. When that leaves battlefield, return all cards exiled with Mech Titan Core, except Mech Titan Core, to the... Kind of another Exodia. But yeah, Magic has got some crazy artwork, and I really like the artwork from way back in the day, because it was so flexible and so varied and so different. Whatever. Mirror Welder. Mirror Welder's funny. Yeah, I mean, my question is, which new frames? Like, are we talking back during Mirrodin and 8th? Or are we talking, what was it, M15 did another overhaul? And there's been a few different types of frames too, so it's like... Excel check when you may put a creature card. I have this earmarked as a card that I want for... Yep. I have Nautiloid Chip as a card earmarked for my mono brown control deck, because I want a way to eat somebody's graveyard, which is, something that you can do relatively easy. And then it does reanimation. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. Pixis? No. Thank you. Redemptor Dreadnought, additional cost, exile creature from a graveyard. That's a weird one. So Deluxe, S has been telling me you've gone 1-1 so far. You just finished the third round? Did you have to face Little Fight at all? Nice. So I don't currently have any sort of ban on links. If at some point you want to put the link to the deck that you're playing in chat, feel free. Probably after the event's over, I would presume. I don't know how many rounds the event is. If you want to, go ahead. So top 3 cards here. Put a creature card with your... Oh, that's cool. So 5 rounds. That's so more than 6, somewhere between 16 and 32 people. So we'll say 24. That's still a decent showing. An LGS would, a physically smaller LGS would actually be pretty happy to get somewhere around 24 people showing up. I know what deck I want this for. I know what deck I want Yggdrasil for. Alright. Copy link. Paste and go. There. Shambling gas, corrupt red strand, toxin analysis. Which one's toxin analysis? Oh, that thing. Okay. Yep. Unearth, deadly dispute, eviscerate. Yep. Blood fountain. Yep. Campfire. Freaking campfire is so good in so many decks and so many I'm gonna go for tabletop because I want. Okay. You're 40 cent. Okay. So, yeah, that is easy to get your hand on. On the other hand, you go to MTGO, and they're like they're basically 10 tickets a pop for Campfire, which is crazy. Whereas it's like less than 50 cents in paper. That being said, you're also looking at about roughly $8 for those, and 6 tickets, okay. Trespasser's Curse, yeah, okay. And two more campfires on the side, all right. Defile, Nihil Spellbomb. Oh yeah, because Defile, since you're playing mono black, Defile is gonna kill pretty much everything. Nihil Spellbomb. So, out of curiosity, why Nihil Spellbomb over another piece of graveyard removal? Like, especially as an example, I see, like, I know you like to play with Fairy Macabre. And very macabre, again, like in a pinch, it's something that you can hardcast, which is one of the things I like about it. 12 sack effects. Oh, so you can not worry about sacrificing it to kill a graveyard. You can sack it to another effect and still be able to draw an extra card out of it. Right, okay. So you can sack it to... Yeah, you could sack it to Eviscerator's Insight and basically build your own Ancestral. Or Deadly Dispute and get your own, and draw 3 out of it. Okay. Ancestral's probably bad. Well, I mean, it's 3 mana, draw 3 cards, but yeah. Okay. Trespasser's Curse. Yeah, in the main deck, people are going to play enough creatures that it's worth putting a couple in the main. To just get an extra couple of points in every so often. And you're rarely playing against people. Unless I'm playing against you and, because you decide you want to play Poison Storm or something silly like that. You would never play Poison Storm, right? Returning to creature. Remove character creature from the game. Safe haven. What? Safe haven go? Okay, so it's still... Even the original print's only like $4. Damn. And hasn't been reprint since Time Spiral. You may sacrifice for 2. Yeah, I think I prefer cold storage. But yeah, I think that's enough to handle that bit. Really gotta get back to those gods. Where are they? Also, is it just... How do these not show up? Calafe and Timurid. That's weird. Because you would think that demigod is included when you do a search for god. Because, at least historically, when I've been looking for rats, pirate has also shown up. Unless they decided to, be more restrictive on that. Perico Devotion, blue creatures, enchantment. Spells your opponents cast to target this. So this almost gives your stuff Ward 1. I think I'm okay with that. Oh, not Beloved of the Sea. Before I forget, I'm going to shrink this down to 9. And I'm going to have to make you probably narrow to get you fit. And I still need to make you 9. Alright. Oh, wow. Really? 8? Okay. Alright. Exile up to 2 target cards for me. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. Have I got other ways to eat stuff that's in graveyards? Know what? I might play Asmodeus anyway. If you would draw a card, exile the top. No, I don't think so. I want 3 more gods, though. Can't attack or block. What's Egon's backside again? Begin with your upkeep mill card, exile card from okay. Nah. Alright. I guess I'm gonna have to just do something else. I mean, Erebos, God of the Dead is just good. Wait. Damn it. Behave. What is that? That is a cool secret lair. Not gonna lie, that is a cool secret lair. I like the versions where they turn around and did like the constellation style for them. Erebos, God of the Dead. Can I get you to fit at 9? Not quite. Whoops. Nah, whatever. There. Alright. 2 more gods. Unless I cheat and I go for shapeshifters. Shapeshifters, changelings, whatever. Thassa, Deep Dwelling, Thassa, God of the Sea. Can't be blocked by this turn. Yeah, I think I'm gonna play the other Thassa as well. You should fit at 9. And then, what do I want for the last one? Whenever a creature, another control. When it attacks, each opponent discards a card for each who can't draw a card. What does your backside do? Tap for black. No, what? Sure. Akhlazot's deepest betrayal. You're gonna have to go narrow. Cool, you just barely fit. Alright, gods. What color do I want for gods? Whoops, wrong one. I think gods being red is fine. You. Alright, I think that's enough gods because I feel like, so, considering we're doing this for Commander, I often find that dealing with chunks of 11 works well for me. And it doesn't have to be 11 per se, but if I want, for example, 16 cards that do a certain thing. That's, 8 in this column and 8 in this column. And then I've got 6 slots underneath. it is not unreasonable that I can find 6 cards that share a theme to put in that spot. Which ends up giving me 2 columns of 11. And it works out that way, which is fine. So this is why I end up doing things this way. How about so stuff that stops my opponent? Let's just look for can't cast. Can't cast more than one spell. Can't cast with the same name. Whenever you cast a spell, you're... Oh, yeah. Return a creature or planeswalker to your hand. Return an artifact back to hand. And flip it. Yeah. Play restriction. There's a couple people that come to my LGS that I would love to send this list to when it's done and get their feedback. If any of you happen to know Yu-Gi-Oh well enough to be able to get an idea of what's going on, I mean, A, feel free to say something, you know, either in chat or later on in the comments when I post this to YouTube. Yeah, if you think there's something concept-wise that I'm specifically missing, like something that's, why are you not playing a card that does blah? Keep in mind, I don't know Yu-Gi-Oh well enough. I largely only know it from what I have been exposed to at my local game store. I've never watched the anime. I think it came out, I was in my late 20s. So it wasn't something that was really on my radar. It's 25 now, I think. So it would have come out, the game would have come out around 99-ish. 98 or 99. I was playing 2nd edition of AD&D at that point as like the big thing I was into, and I'd been playing Magic for about 5 years by that point. Yu-Gi-Oh was not on my radar at all. And I was also living on my own, trying to survive, and didn't have an actual job at that point. So, that made things awkward. And plays my cast bed. But yeah, if there's something that you think I'm missing as like a category, or hey, by the way, I think this would be a better fit for your deck than X, or something of that nature, inventive, you know, feel free to say something. I'm going off of basically surface knowledge. You can't play, you may play. Hedonist Trove. Enters, exile all cards from target opponent's graveyard. You can play. I can play those lands. Okay. The top card. Your opponent's can't. Okay. Xanathar. What does Xanathar do? Choose target opponent. They can't cast spells. You can look at the top of their deck. You may put. That's silly. How much is City in a Bottle? $300. Players cast with a name originally printed in Arabian Nights. Back in the day, like before it hit Vintage Masters, it was actually not unheard of for some decks to run City in a Bottle just to stop certain mono red decks. Because if it. Oh, what's the. All cards from Arabian Nights must be discarded from play, except for City in a Bottle. While it's in play, no further cards from Arabian Nights can be played. Mountain was the only basic land to show up in Arabian Nights. And if I understand correctly, it was supposed to be pulled and didn't. And so, but the wording on it basically says that if somebody decided that they were going to go, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you know how certain people like to foil out their decks, or, you know, all my dual lands are black bordered, and, you know, black bordered like beta duels and all that jazz. And the high, you know, the peak version of, you know, Mountain at that, you know, a long time ago was Arabian Nights Mountain, because it was hard to get your hands on. So some people would turn around and go, oh, City in a Bottle. It only costs 2 mana. Bring it in from the sideboard, you know, after game 1, and see, you know, where they saw their opponent is playing with a bunch of, you know, Arabian Nights Mountains, and go, cool. You can't play your mana base anymore. All cards from Arabian Nights must be discarded from play. So basically, one side Armageddon and stop them from playing any more mountains unless they happen to go and have like a couple random mountains because they don't quite have enough Arabian Nights mountains. It's like, crap. Occasionally that also happens against decks running City of Brass. But this is a thing that used to be the case back in the day. Way back in the day. What am I looking for? Conqueror's Flip. I think I have a Conqueror's Flail. Where's my box? What's it in here? I have way too many cards in way too many places. But I feel like Conqueror's Flail might have ended up in here. Quiet you. Cards in here that I'm like, oh yeah, I have that. Oh. I'm not playing black. Conqueror's Flail. I have one. For each color among permanents you control. So we'll get +2/+2. I mean, I might want to play Conqueror's Flail anyway, but yeah. I'll pull that out. Grafdigger's Cage, I can see me running. Soulless Jailer. Oh yeah, Void Winnower. Your opponents can't cast spells with even mana values. Your opponents can't block with creatures with even mana values. One of the rulings. Yes, your opponent can't even. We know. Okay, not this deck. I think I might want to throw Void Winnower in here just to stop. Basically, literally shuts out half the stuff your opponent can play. Because most people don't pay attention to, what the mana values of their cards are. Oh yeah, you need to be bold. Yeah, some of the other stuff that just for people that have just started, haven't seen my stream before. If it's in bold, it's there because it's a creature. Well, let me rephrase that. It's not there because it's a creature, but it's a creature that does a thing that I'm looking for. Just for the sake of... Where are you? This is the deck that I just finished building in paper. Quote unquote, take me down to Cantrip City. Won't you please take me home? I've got 22 creatures in here that are there to be creatures, but they all have something about drawing a card, i.e. they come into play and they draw a card, or when they die they draw a card. I have 5 cards that are there, that care about me drawing extra cards. 3 of them are creatures. Bulk draw, I've got 2 more. I've got third passive on and Timorous Invoker for, hey, by the way, this is Commander. I've got a bunch of extra mana. Cool. I'll draw some extra cards. Yeah, so I can take a look at this and go, okay, so I've got 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I have 27 creatures in this deck. Quick count, just because I know a column is 11, so that's 22 there, and I just count up the last couple. Removal, I count graveyard removal as removal. Anything that gets rid of something my opponent cares about, yeah, it's removal. And most of my removal draws extra cards. My suite of counter spells here, most of these draw extra cards with the exception of like Devious Cover Up and I think maybe one other. And this is a deck of 7 lands because 11 minus 4. Half of them have got cycling. The other 3 or 4. Takeshi's Dig Site, great card. Just I don't need that card. And I've got like 3 or 4 cards in here to recycle cards. But yeah, I take a look at this and it's like, hey, by the way, draw more cards. Hey, by the way, draw more cards. By the way, draw more cards. Yeah, that thing draws a lot of cards. I think wow. Word of Bones. If you play a control deck of some sort, you probably don't. I don't think this works for this deck. Oh yeah, Weathered Runestone. The reason I was pointing out Weathered Runestone specifically, there was a cute 2-card combo that I came across, like my own brain came across, that allows a mono red deck to not just kill an enchantment that's in play, but the next one as well. And it involves this, and relevantly, non-land permanents in graveyards and non-land permanents in libraries can't enter the battlefield. And then Wild Magic Surge. Destroy target permanent an opponent controls. They reveal until they hit something that shares the same type, and put that onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom in a random order. But because it can't enter from the library, it's going to get sent down to the bottom with the rest of them. So you not only blow up this one, you blow the next one they would come across as well. So if you hit an enchantment, there's not a lot of ways for red to deal with enchantments in the first place. And that's 2 uncommons that basically turn around and said, yeah, hey, by the way, nice enchantment, go away. If I was playing red, I would specifically be playing that color, those 2 cards. And they're 2 mana each. Anything else I want to stop? Do I want to play Loan? Painter's Servant, I think, is banned in the format, right? Painter. Oh my God! Yeah. How? Right. Yeah. What? Right. It was Iona that got banned. What? Sort by color. Yeah, you're banning Commander. Because it's not silly at all. Yeah, you combine that with Painter's Servant and lock everybody out of playing whatever color you named. No. But I could... You could play Painter's Servant, and instead of playing Iona, drop Lawan. And just... Or Mana Maze. Wow. Okay. I think I'm going to actually call that there. What color do I want to make you? Oh, if I grab the right one. Oh yeah, and again, I know I said this in a previous stream. My main reason for doing this color coding, the colors in and of themselves don't mean anything. All this means, for example, the gods happen to be in red, they could be any color. But all the red cards are gods. All the gray cards are stuff that put stuff in defense position. All the, the goldish color card, this orangish goldish color card, that's all my Exodia. So if I put something else in, in gray, that's another card that I came across that does something about putting stuff in defense position. Alright, let's do sack to make a bigger threat. Alright. Or meld. I think that's that feels like the only mechanic I can think of that has a name. Enters. What? How do you show up? How did... Meld web. Wow. I am seriously... Oh, my dog. Anchor to reality. Somebody mentioned Tinker earlier. Anchor to reality. Searches for an equipment and puts it in play. I am... Search here for an artifact card, put in your hand, and then fabricate, puts it in your hand. So they both put in your hand. Loyal Inventor as a come into play ability. I am okay taking... Alright. How many do I actually have that I want to play? One? No, you belong... Yeah, one. That targets the creature. Additional cost was the same name as target. Nope. Okay. Right. I want this in when I get to Azorius Mill, because I'm going to be running persistent petitioners. And I want to target a petitioner that's getting killed off. Sorry, I want to target a petitioner that's in play, sacrificing one that's getting killed off. Like if somebody goes, Path to Exile, and I'm like, no. Target that, additional cost, sack the one you're trying to kill. Blow it up. Target one that's in play. Get another petitioner out of my deck. Put it into play. Alright. Anchor, reshape, Graft Rats, and Midnight Scavengers. Reshape. Graph. Whoops. Midnight Scavengers. Alright. Now, Xyz are black. Fusions are... God, what color are fusion monsters? Oh, I forget which one it is, but one of them is a blue color. Like actual blue. Sack to make bigger threat. I can cross out. Face down. Stuff that has morph. I think off the top of my head, 16 would be a reasonable number of morph cards to play. Oh no. Okay. No. 14. Okay. Yeah, 14 is still fine. Let's go descending. Let's see what's at the top first. Terramorphic Expanse. So Weta Cavern we could do. Morphic Pool. Proteus Machine doesn't matter. Wet Whale. Witness of the Ages. Callous Assassin. And there's... Oh, polymorphine. Okay. Bane of the Living is actually kind of cool. Bone Knitter. Deals combat damage to a player's sack. I think I'm going to by default assume most of these are creatures. Cabal Executioner. Fallen Cleric. What? Okay. That's kind of funny. Grim Haruspex. Oh, fine. I don't know if this is going to make any difference, but no. Okay. Grim Haruspex. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, draw a card. Yes. Grinning Demon, no. Haunted Cadaver, no. Hunted Headhunter, deals comic damage to a player. They discard, no. Infernal Caretaker, turn face up. Probably don't have enough. You're essentially vanilla. Sacrifice. Not really a card I'm seeing for this deck. Okay, it's a Dread Skeleton with Megamorph. That's cute. Marsh Hulk is a vanilla with Megamorph. 4/4 lifelink when it enters, return up to 1 target. Oh, Metamorphosis. That's cool. How much are you? Okay. Card I'm go. Okay, just in Commander. Right, because it's got Miracle. Miracle's not a thing in the regular set. Putrid Raptor. Maybe? Ruthless Ripper. Yeah, Ruthless Ripper can go in. Oh my god, she's also an assassin. Okay. Sidisi's Pet. Sidisi's Pet was actually kind of cool. Zombie Ape, lol. The soul tie distinguished between pet and slave by the material of the chain. Silent Spectre deals comment. I mean, it's a 4/4 fly. You know what? Discard or not, I'm not completely unhappy with Silent Spectre. Greater power can't block it. Turn face up to start target creature power 3 or less. Greater power can't block it. Sure. Oh. Maybe. I might find a better option. Oh. Whatever. Ha ha. Soul Collector. Formerly known as... Was it Krovikan Vampire? Dodge Gambit, where are ya? Card Krovikan Vampire. If creature dealt damage by... Yeah, Soul Collector is a much better version of Krovikan Vampire. Slightly bigger, has flying, has morph, and it doesn't wait till the end step. Alright. Soul Collector. Zombie Cutthroat. Maybe. Flying Hexproof. Oh no. Oh no. Do I do the terrible, horrible, awful thing? You both had morph, didn't you? Yes, it did. Play restriction. I just might be a terrible, horrible, awful human being. Brine Elemental, Vesuvan Shapeshifter. Those of you that already know the deck are not gonna know what I mean when I say this. Those of you that don't Look up an old deck from Time Spiral era standard called Pickles, so called because of brine elemental. You know, brine being used when you make pickles. It's basically salt water. Yeah. Exchange control of target creature. You control target creature and opponent. Ooh. Core Trickster. You know, you may put a creature with morph from your hand and play face up. Echo Tracer is cute. Fathom Seer, maybe. Fledgling Mawcore. Lol. Ah, good old lurker. Yeah, because you're paying 1 blue plus 3 and getting a 2/2 unblockable. When enters the battlefield, turn a number of target tapped non-token creatures face down. Open a new tab. Oh my dog, you're cheap. It only targets abilities. Counter target spell exile. You make it. Master of the Veil. Turn face up, you may turn target creature with more face down. Turn face up, target creature control gains hexproof till end of turn, which is funny. Can't be blocked. 3. Oh no. Son of a potato. Or manifest, or Duskmorn Cloak. Oh. Okay. I can do. Alright. I'll come back to that. Carib Spell Snatcher was on the previous page. I got down to here. answering may sacrifice to gain control of target creature. I have an idea what I'm looking for. It's also, it also comes from the fact of, I turn face up, draw a tooth, and I've been involved with the. First of all, I've been involved with the game for a long time. Second of all, there's a bot in a chat room there used to be a bot in a chat room where I learned how to find stuff that I was looking for because it had really complicated, interesting search possibilities. And so I learned how to use that, and a lot of that ability to search transferred over to using Scryfall. So it's I don't know if it's the same one, Datadog. I think it was formerly known as Sybil. That thing was incredibly powerful with all the searching you could do with it. And I tried using Gatherer, and it doesn't allow me to search with the same kind of flexibility that I'm used to. And then I got but I found Scryfall, and it's like, oh my god. Just the ability to throw in, like, hey, I'm looking for this and this and this, but not this and not this. And just thunk. So good. So nice. And, you have to remember a handful of acronyms, like things like you're looking for a card that's legal in a specific format. F for format. So if you want stuff that's legal in Pauper, go F: Pauper. Here's the list of everything that's in Pauper. Okay, F: Pauper space R greater than C. R greater than C. R for rarity greater than C for common. Show me everything that's printed at a rarity higher than common that's legal in Pauper. So cards like Experiment 1, which when it was around during Ravnica was a rare and eventually got shifted down to common. Find me a card with this in its Oracle text, i.e. the current rules text, of how it's considered currently worded. There's only a handful of things you actually have to remember. It can search for a lot, but the best way to do that is to learn how it uses regex, i.e. regular expressions. And while Scryfall can use regex and has its own version of regex that it uses, including certain certain commands or whatever you want to call them that are specific to it, i.e. searching with, a certain power and toughness, like if you see +1/+1 in the rules text of a card, for example. Stuff like that. It can do stuff like that. No. I wish. It's But when I was in my, I want to say, tweens or early teens, we went and bought a computer, and for the family, because back then that's who it was for. And we're going back. I will be 54 in just over 3 months, i.e. late March. And so we're talking back around Commodore 64 era. And we bought a computer. Windows, not even Windows 1.0 I don't think was out yet. Certainly not Windows 3. And so, the documentation that came with that had a, here's the book with how the computer works, and all the various. Back when you still had a program with line numbers at the start of your, 10, print hello, 20, go to 10. And it would just print hello, 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 until you told to stop somehow. And so you had one book that turned around and said, well, here's how the print, here's what the print command does, and here's what go-to does, and everything else, and how to get things set up and everything. And these books were fairly big. They were like, take a book from Dungeons and Dragons, and it's roughly that size, except turned sideways, and about maybe 3 centimeters thick or so. And there were 2 of those books. One did that, and the other one, well, I think the other one was thinner, but roughly the same size. Yeah, to be fair, the Commodore 64 also really lasted a long time. The other one had here's a bunch of code that yeah, here's a bunch of different programs. Here's a program to play Joy to the World. Joy to the world, the Lord has come. So there was the command play. And you follow it with a string of text which tells it what notes to play. And the letter O and the number 0, regardless of what you're looking at, look very similar to each other. The letter O, when it I remember those two. The letter O, when it came to the play command, would tell the computer to change octaves. We had a few spots where that looks like a 0. Okay, we're putting a 0 instead of the letter O. Not realizing, because we hadn't actually read through how the play command works properly and didn't pick up that, O for octave. So it's like, instead of O2 or O3, we put 02 or 03. So instead of do 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 do, it was do 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 do. And we're listening to it go, why does that sound wrong? It took us both. Like, we just left it as is and figured, okay. I think probably like 5 years later, we're going back through the code. And you realize that's supposed to be an O for octave, not a 0? Wait, what? Yeah, that's why it's been playing wrong all this time. Yeah. Yeah. Oops. Oh yeah. Okay, Thousand Winds is going in. I think I'm probably going to go. I think I'll probably go like 4 more cards. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do. Because I want a handful for industry. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll leave me 3. If I do 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't think I want to go more than that. Maybe Willbender. Alright. I can take out anything that has to do with morph now. Let's see what there is that have to do with manifesting or cloaking. I'm topping out at 4 extra cards. Cloak is the action. To cloak with 2 mana, no mana, and ward 2. And then manifest dread. To manifest dread. Oh, right, okay. So cloak and manifesting dread are 2 different. So a card that's disguise is the other one I'm looking for. Alright. Go back to auto. I have 4 slots left to work with. Beginning of each opponent's upkeep. You're a silly, silly card. No. You don't do what I'm looking for here. With a manifestation counter. Nope. But yeah, because of, learning some programming skill when I was very young. And, going through stuff like, this is why I tell people I'm not afraid of a command line. I remember using MS-DOS to turn around and go, okay, I want to play a game, okay? Well, or if it wasn't MS-DOS, it would be like, Commodore 64 would be low quotation mark, $ quotation mark, comma 8, comma 1. Or comma 8, comma 2, or whatever, depending on which drive you're looking at. Lists, then replace, load, whatever, comma 8, comma 1, or whatever. Run. Or, with MS-DOS, having to figure out, okay, what directory is the game I want to play in, change over to that directory, and run it from, by typing whatever.exe. And then you get playing decks like, games like Chandelar, and that was fun. Cryptic Code. I mean, I kind of want to play. No. Manifest Dreads in a touch. Yeah. If you control no face down permanents. Okay, glitch interpreter is just funny. Can't be blocked as long as you control no other creatures. When it deals combat damage, exile in the top card of your library and face down shuffle. If I don't see anything that really gets my attention for the sake of this deck, whenever you manifest dread, if I don't see anything that gets my attention for this deck, then I'll just call that bit a day and just go from there. Exile target creature. Oh yeah, reality shift. Stay hidden, stay silent. Tap enchanted creature, doesn't untap. Shuffle enchanted creature in its owner's library, then manifest dread. That's kind of funny. They came from the pipes. Yeah. I don't really mind them going, you know, and I don't mind them testing out. I don't mind them testing out different types of locations. And by which I mean, you know, something more than just, you know, Kaladesh or, you know, Kaladesh, Innistrad, you know, stuff like that, where it's different locations and the setting is a bit different, but when all is said and done, it's still the same kinds of characters. I don't mind them stretching their legs a bit. Like Thunder Junction, I thought was kind of cool and kind of neat. A lot of people don't like it because it's like, you know, what's the Wild West doing in my Magic the Gathering game? I'm like, it's not that. I mean, I hate to break it to some people. The world is not, the multiverse is not just places where you see mages and, and knights and stuff like that, and that's all that exists. There's other places out there. The truth is out there. Wait, what? I don't really mind it. I kind of don't like that being said, like, there's certain types of, like, when I don't mind stuff like Street Fighter or Marvel or whatever being done for a secret lair or something of that nature. It more irks me when, and I wouldn't even mind it if it was done as a set, as a once in a while thing. I think the biggest issue that I probably have with what's coming up for the next year or two is probably a bunch of stuff that all feels like it should be secret lair or or something of that kind of nature being all thrown at us all at once. I think, one a year for the next few years to get us used to the feel of it, is one thing. Instead of just throwing us out of the deep end. I don't know. Because, you could say, well, they gave us, all these different secret layers and whatever to get us used to. But that's not sets that are going through standard. And putting the set in standard then means it's going to be affecting standard and pioneer and modern. In addition to, because legacy and vintage basically turned around and said, has it been printed as a magic card? Cool. Apart from this list of cards here, you can play it. They, format-wise, they don't care where it's from. Go ahead, play it. I think they should have given us more time before turning around and dumping it all on us. I wouldn't mind having a Final Fantasy set. Final Fantasy fits a bit more with how Magic works than a lot of other sets that we've, a lot of other secret lair type stuff. What do you actually do? Because I can read sideways, but it's annoying. When you unlock this, Surveil 2. When you unlock this manifest thread, then put a +1 counter on that creature. Huh. Nah. Return to target. Oh. As a 2/2 creature. Not a 2/2 creature with morph. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I can't remember what it's changing to, but the set was called Kaladesh. That's what I'm going with. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Manifest one of those cards and put the other on the top or bottom of your library. So kind of Scry 2. You know what? Sure. Right into being. And to be fair, like I read the article. I understand why they changed it. I appreciate the fact that they actually, they went to other people and said, we're thinking of changing the name. This is our reasoning. We have some options. What's your feedback? Oh. Yeah, I see it. Ah, crud. Had something set up a specific way and then... Yeah. I also used to mod in certain chat rooms a bunch, and you get used to... thankfully, /ban works in so many different places to just get rid of somebody. Let's turn face up. Exile all creature cards from target player's graveyard and face out. Okay, that's kind of mean. I don't know if I want to go that deep. Target opponent crit. What? Cross your fingers. But, okay, that actually does show up. So if you really need to, most of the time, you know, /ban type like that, followed by whatever the user's name is, and thankfully Twitch, as well as certain other Discord and a few other places, you can actually tab to complete the username and just ban somebody out. That's the easiest way to do it, usually. In fact, I often find it a lot faster than, let's see here. This is, yeah. So what I can do, if I'm using the mouse, is I can click on a user's name. Scroll down, especially because I'm only gathering, just glad I didn't have to do that yet. Right below the button that says follow, I have a list of options. And I just go, in a situation like that, I just go straight to ban because it's a bot. They're not going to care. They're not going to know. They're not going to care. But, can I... No. I'm going to try a thing and see what happens. Cool. Just in case. I don't expect you're gonna need it, but you know, and Yugioh, Mr. 93. Yeah, yes, I know. I apologize. This is not for Popper. What I'm working on is a deck that is... I'm working on a commander deck that is inspired by Yu-Gi-Oh! So, as you may be able to tell from the stuff in the top left, depending on, you know, what your screen is like, I have traps, something vaguely resembling Exodia, gods, stuff to make, you know, cards to put stuff in defense position, i.e., guess what, you're tapped. Some kind of play restriction, face down creatures, because, you know, face down defense position. Yeah. And there's 6 out of the 8 traps I can play. I'm running 6 of them. A handful of cards to emulate the, there's fusions and, Xyz and a few other mechanics in Yu-Gi-Oh! That work similarly, where you basically sacrifice, usually requiring a third, you know, an additional card on top of this. But you basically sacrifice certain material. Ritual is the one I'm thinking of. Because in effect lets you to. And you search your extra deck. for what you're actually trying to I'm sacrificing these, so I'm digging it out of here. And I'm currently working on some of my face down stuff. I am currently using Etrata the silencer. Unfortunately, I don't think... Actually, let me try a thing. No, it doesn't let me do it that way. Okay. Yeah, I have to figure out how to get it to not, how to get it to not require the card in front. And maybe it's a different... No, it's not a different... Oh, no. Is it Nightbot that I see? No, Nightbot is something else, isn't it? I think Nightbot is something else. Users in chat. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's who I'm currently using as my general. Largely, as you mentioned, largely for the colors. But if you take a look at her ability, even if you don't know Yu-Gi-Oh, you probably know about, just enough about Exodia, i.e. you get all the pieces together, you win the game. This is that ability from the other direction. You do all these things, you do these things, and then the opponent loses the game. So I've got a... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that was... I think that's what triggered the idea of using her. When a dice manifest dread... Deals more... Create a treasure, manifest the top higher of it. Oh, that's funny. Manifest the top of your library. Shall collect. When it dies, manifest. Bring in the feature. Oh no. Oh my god, you're cheap too. There really isn't that much stealing from the opponent's deck from what I remember. Etrata, Deadly Fugitive. Yeah. And I've got one more slot available for that. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one in your hand. No, I don't want to disguise, I don't think. Manifest dread and attached conductive machete to the enters manifest dread. Nice! Nice! Trying hard not to be prejudiced. Who do you think is going to win the match? Do you think Deluxe is likely to win his match, or do you think he's or do you think it's going to be more difficult for him than that? Ransom Note is kind of cute. Okay. And do you think that... that it's like this deck versus this deck. One's not necessarily favored against the other. I think I've seen that name before. Has he been in Deluxe's channel? I don't remember. Scroll of Fate can go in. Alright. So, you and you. You guys are all face down, which is kind of funny. I was not planning on running that much face down. Nine. Okay. So it may be I've come across his name on like a deck list or something. Yeah, so yeah, okay. Or I may have seen I mean, it's possible I've also seen him being one of Deluxe's opponents on stream sometime or something. Name looks familiar, though, which is saying something. Because I'll be honest, I don't really follow Popper per se, apart from watching Deluxeicoff. But yeah, Yargle, in case you're wondering what's going on here with all the colors and everything else, anything that's in bold is specifically a creature. Anything that's the same color is a card that's in the same category. So, if you look over at the top left, that purple section, that's all traps. The stuff right underneath it in that orangish color is there to emulate, you know, what happens with Exodia. You know, anything that's, you know, this green section over here. These are all usually face down creatures, sometimes have something else to do with face down, but it's not unheard of for cards to be, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played face down. You know, play this in face down defense position and, you know, all that jazz. Yu-Gi-Oh! Also has much more ability to play, to get stuff back from exile, or what they call banished, than Magic does, so I'm playing a handful of cards there. Oh, no. Whoops. So if you go there, that links to a... Oh no, they do have a graveyard. They actually call it the graveyard. But getting a card back from being banished is a lot easier than getting a card back from exile in Magic. It's not easy necessarily, but it's a lot easier. And you know, like sometimes specific cards have, hey, by the way, if this isn't, like, you know how, what's the name of the card? like there's one version of Squee that says if it's exiled, you can cast it from exile. There's a handful of other cards that do that. Eternal Scourge, I think, also does that. Yeah, well, hold. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Hold that thought. I'll be right back. See, some people think I'm kidding when I'm like, yeah, I'm building all these decks. So, this is my Zero Aryan Alphabet Soup Reanimator deck. Which is, there will occasionally be some differences with what's on the list compared to what I actually build in paper. But that's a starting point. Okay? There's Zero Aryan. This is my mono white, all the combos that I could. The key of this is every single combo that I could think of jammed into the same deck in mono white. So when I say I'm building these decks, I mean I'm building these decks. Okay. Let's go with this one. This is my Dosan mono green control deck that beats down with flying creatures. I try to build this as much like an Esper control deck as I could. I have some counter spells. I have some spot removal. I finally found a mono green way to build a expensive Wrath of God. And the premise, it's not just mono green control. If I can find a green way to do a thing, I am playing the green version before I play a colorless version, even if it costs more. No, I actually managed to cut some out. I think I finally managed to get rid of script sprites, for example. Okay, he did the thing. Prismatic Piper for mono brown ramp. Oh my! And keep in mind, these decks are designed to follow the commander ban list, not Pauper Commander. Not Pauper. The only additional restriction to being a commander deck is everything has to be common. So, I end up playing cards like Bonder's Ornament in here because it is just such a good card. You know, if it's good enough to be banned in Pauper, it's good enough looking at. So there's Mono Brown Ramp. Another Prismatic Piper. For my Aristocrats deck. Again, strictly commons. Mana Rock that lets me blow something up when I hit enough mana. You know, Pit Keeper and Searchlight's Companion, and Urgolem's Eye, because Sol Ring has never been printed as a common, and I do not blame them. Oh, look! Bojuka Bog. Nobody ever plays that anywhere, right? This one, which I think is likely to be the deck that holds up the best thus far against fully powered commander decks. Where did you end up? Right there. Again, led by Prismatic Piper, largely because it's hard to find a commander that's actually common, and let's be honest, with how much these guys were being printed for, what was it, Commander Masters? Yeah, Commander Masters. They're basically treated as common. They're definitely a higher rarity than uncommon. Or, sorry, a lower rarity than uncommon. This is my mono-white, my mono-white deck, based around the idea of I spend one card, I get at least two bodies. I'm largely a kitchen table person, so it depends on what the LGS is like. Lantern of Revealing. This thing is really good in certain types of decks because of that. Everflowing Chalice. Again, I can't play Sol Ring. This thing can actually get me up pretty far. But yeah, I spend like 3 cards and I get like 7 bodies. And then stuff that pumps, stuff that pumps the team to go, hey, by the way, I'm either free and you're getting +1/+1 till end of turn, or you're getting a +1/+1 on your counter, or it's an activated ability that's giving +1/+1, or anything else is giving +2 something. This one I literally just finished building today. Again, playing Prismatic Piper. This deck I may actually turn around and go to face this one and cut a card elsewhere. This is, quote unquote, take me down to Cantrip City. This thing is based around just drawing a bunch of cards. I typically run about 38 land and about half a dozen ramp. And I have enough card draw in here. I went down to 33 lands. And any way I could find to draw cards. Tomb Raider, 1/1 flyer comes into play, draw a card. Messenger Jays comes into play. Everyone votes, and for Feather or Quill, Feather puts a no, because I wish, but it didn't do anything I was looking for in the deck. Messenger Jays, people vote for either Feather or Quill. Every Feather vote, this gets a +1/+1 counter. It's a 5 mana that starts as a 2/1 flyer. And every Quill vote, I draw a card. And then for each card I discard every card I drew, I discarded. My removal spell. Fair. My removal spells, if I can, draw cards. And then I've got stuff that triggers on me drawing extra cards, or I have Jace's Erasure in here as well. Deck box. Although Yargle itself is a bit easier to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I'm throwing this in the deck. And then the deck that actually started the idea of being able to build decks out of nothing but commons is my Joven deck. And again, some changes according to the original list that got posted. But it is literally, I figured if I could do it in mono red, if I could build a commons only commander deck and have it actually be decent, like decent for playing with commons, we'll put it that way. If I could do that in mono red, I could do that in any color combination. So I took the hardest part first, and one of the things I really, really wanted, and I say this over and over and over again, I want to be able to kill a creature and not care how big it is. And the problem with mono red in general is it deals with creatures by going, I deal 3 damage to it, I deal 6 damage to it, I deal 4 damage. I didn't want to have to go through all that. And I've got 4 cards in here. Yep. I think I remember picking one up for it. I don't think I made it yet. But yeah, there are, I believe, 4 cards in here. Oh, there's more. So I do have Scare from Existence in here, which will kill anything, but that's 7 mana. But that's not completely unreasonable. I do play Scare Tiller in a lot of these decks. Yep. Builder's Bane as a build your own Shatterstorm. Introduction to Annihilation. Red needs ways to deal with enchantments, folks. There's a way to deal with enchantments. Honored Heirloom. I really want to do a thing one of these days about Manalith with upside. This, I think, is a Manalith that's worth playing in more decks than just commons only decks. If you're at all considering a Manalith of some sort, you should be looking at Honored Heirloom. Because it's basically Manalith with the additional ability of 2 tap, exile target card from a graveyard. Oh yeah, Takesha's Dig Site. Once I found that, I'm like, oh, I was all over it. Oh, and then there's some really weird cards. Nowadays, this card would probably be printed at white. Onslaught. 1 red. Whenever you cast a creature spell, tap target creature. Would probably be white nowadays. Yep, there's Lava Flow. 2 red plus 3 for sorcery. Destroy any one creature or land. So 5 mana. Kill a thing. There's my Aftershock, which I basically decks that, if it's red, this is probably the first red card that's going into a lot of decks if I'm looking for creature removal of any sort. Just because it does so much. Where are you? Oh! And the original printing of Fisher, which is basically Lava Flow as an instant. And this is slowly developing its way into kind of a spell shaper deck. But yeah, basically, if I figured if I could build a deck, a mono red deck of nothing but commons, and have it actually come out pretty decently, I can do it in any color combination. Oh, and I have one more deck that's downstairs that I did not bring up because I did not remember to grab it. Yeah, no. And that one, the most recent deck I finished physically building was my mono blue commons deck that I just showed a moment ago. The deck before that was my mono blue ramp deck that, according to, I've got like 3 or 4 local game stores around here, thankfully, that are within a 10-minute walk of each other. Like, you could walk from like the 2 furthest apart from each other and it'd take you like 10 minutes. One of my LGSs turns around. So what you're saying is it's a blue deck that identifies as green, and I'm like, yeah, that's a pretty accurate assessment. The amount of lands that I can pull out of that deck, and the amount of creatures that in other ways I have to just generate mana. Yeah, in fact, there's one card that was originally on my list. Nope. Oh, Jesus Christ, Superstar. What's your name? That's what it was. Oh yeah. Oh, that's in there. But this is the first one that actually got cut. I was incredibly... I had that in my initial list, and I ended up cutting it. Yeah. Was originally going to put that in, and... oh, yeah. If you take a look at that link that I showed you, and you go to the mono blue list, that's, the mono blue ramp list, there are some cards there that wouldn't make sense on their own until you start seeing other cards around them. Tell you what, I'll save you the trouble. That. Let's go to the visual spoiler. Combo bits. Alright, so. Yeah. It protects the rest of my group, and it's basically a giant Sarah Angel. And it gives protection to the rest of my bodies. And something to ramp into. Yeah. Combo bits? Okay. So, Well of Lost Dreams combines with Life Tap, but how that only seems to make sense if your opponent's playing green. until you fast forward all the way down here and see, hey, by the way, Yavimaya Cradle of Growth doesn't have a color identity, neither does Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth. It uses the word forest, but that could just as easily say forest walk on, on a red card or something, and it would be a red card unless it had a green ability that's, a green activated ability. Yeah, you can play, Yavimaya and Urborg in decks of any color scheme you want. Oh, yeah. So that allows me to get Life Tap active, which allows me an acceptable way to use Well of Lost Dreams to draw extra cards. Because I'm not doing it. I'm doing it in a way that would be acceptable for a green deck. Leyline Singularity and Mirror Box. Okay, all non-land legends, all non-land permanents are legendary. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control, yada yada yada. Okay, fine. Why? Oh. Well, where is it? Mass removal. Curse of the Swine. XLX target creatures. Each one gets replaced by a board. Okay, change. Sure, I hit everything that's on the board because I got a bunch of mana. I've had a couple of games where I dug out every basic land out of my deck, and I've got like 19 islands in there. Cool. Pop goes the road. You get one board, you get one board, you get one board, because all the rest go pop. I'm keeping all mine. Phasing as Zalfir, same idea when you hit Chapter 3. Volcanic Eruption. Okay, blows up mountains. There's a reason I have Unstable Frontier, so in a pinch I can turn one of my lands into a mountain and actually be a little more fair with what's getting blown up. I'll blow up one of my lands as well as, a couple from you and one from you, and end up doing 4 to the table. Because you blow up X lands, and then for each land that hit the bin because of that, 1 damage to each creature and each player. So yeah, I'm doing some weird stuff, but I'm being, I'm also trying to be fair with it, and slightly broken. And yeah, like I said, Benthic Explorers was originally in here. Actually, this is not. Yeah. Oh yeah, wait a sec. $8 p.m. Oh, you're in the same time zone as Deluxeicoff then, aren't you? Alrighty, maybe catch you when you get back in. I might still be streaming, I don't know. I still have a... Oh, okay. Yeah, Toronto area. Adios. Alright. Playing from Exile. Whoops. Jacob Halkin Inspector. The Temporal Anchor. I don't actually remember what you do. Well, more precisely, I don't remember if you're a creature or not. Yes. I mean, he did better than I did, but then again, he's a lot more experienced than I am. Let's go 9. Nope. And you should be able to go to 9. And then alright, I don't think I gotta care too much about reanimating. I think I've got a couple that do, but that's just a random side effect. Face down stuff, I've got plenty. Indestructible. Okay, so this is one of those times when I specifically want a card like Honored Heirloom, because it, as I mentioned before, because it eats cards out of graveyards, and I don't have anything else here that does that. I have Play from Exile. What color do I want to make you? Again, the actual color doesn't matter. No, you're too... There we go. All right. Alright, stuff that's not a land. Okay. Not ID less than you. In other words, stuff that has a color identity. I can play Ormondal. Oh, that's adorable. Alright. You. I have a couple of gods that are already indestructible. I want stuff that gives my stuff in, that makes my stuff indestructible. Huh. Chimera creatures you control have. Huh. So if I attack the player with the most life, my commander gets bigger and gains death touch and indestructible. That's hilarious. Nope. Can't block. That's funny. This is basically multi-kicker 2. And you make a copy for each time it was kicked. Looking for ways to give ideally my board indestructible. What I really want is, what's her name? That really expensive version of Avacyn. I'm gonna save that real quick before I completely forget. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. you know what? Maybe I don't need to worry. Maybe I have just enough stuff that's incidentally indestructible. I wonder if Professor's Warning is actually good enough for Pauper play. Like, usually is a protection spell, but occasionally for like a random boost, which can also be a type of protection. If you've got a 3 toughness creature and your opponent goes Lightning Bolt, here's a +1/+1 counter on it. I don't know. Might need a deck to be built around it. Oh, yeah. Here's another way if I want to try and create Exodia. 8/8, you're only an 8/8 indestructible? Book of Violet Darkness, Eye of Vecna, draw a card, lose 2 life. I mean, the Eye of Vecna is really good. Hand of Vecna, equip creature. It can equip for just paying life. Give your hand sizes a size boost. Book of Violet Darkness and Eye of Vecna combo kind of nice together. Yeah, I don't really see anything. Okay. I'm not going to worry about indestructible. I'll just have some lands that happen to be indestructible. Okay. Wow. Alright. Rageki. What's the cheapest way of blowing up the board? Destroy all creatures you in Garrick's Wake. Plague, Wind. Raigeki. Open an image, new tab. Raigeki. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls. Nowadays it would be opponent. Wow, no, probably still, because Yu-Gi-Oh is pretty much solely a 1v1 game. They don't really do multiplayer. So the Raigeki would basically be an effect like this. Compare that to Dark Hole, which would be like your typical Wrath of God effect. I want a single piece. I think I only really get a single piece of actual spot removal in the main. However, I can add some others to my mana slots, because there are ways. What do I want for spot removal? I want exile-based spot removal. I have one. Resculpt is really good. Think I would pay the extra mana and Raven form it instead. Baleful Mastery, Raven form, I think Raven form is more likely over an effect like Baleful Mastery. Okay, good night, Esso. Thanks for staying up this late. I know you're handling more than one thing, but thanks for staying up with me anyway. I'm nearly done this. I normally don't take this long. Last week, I think I did my first, I did a deck in like 2.5 hours. You know what? The old standby. Introduction to Annihilation. I only have a single slot to use. Introduction to Annihilation is probably the most flexible that I can get at a reasonable price. Cool. Alright. Alright. So, before I get too far with that, U. Deck stats. Deck builder. Start. Nope. Don't care. Set this as a card list. Hit OK. Paste upload. I don't care about categories at the moment. I just want to see mana values. $55 cards. What are... No. Where are you? Here. Oh. Thank you. Chrome shell crab. Yes. Cool. Analyze. Alright. So the mana in this deck is a little more than half on the blue side. Oh, okay. So, I want 20 basics. I want 55 and 45 is 11 and 9. Actually, let's go... and then swamp. There. cool. Again, I don't need the exact. You know what? I think I'm fine making you. I think I'm fine making you 10 and 10. I think I'm okay with that. Because that... Alright, let's go back to lands. Okay. Search for an instant or a card with flash. I don't really have any. What have I got? Hydroelectric specimen. 1, 2, 3. 4. That's cute. 5. Yeah, I'm okay playing that. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I am not going to put a bunch of... Alright. Let's go less than 0. Or is there less than 1? Less than 1? Yeah, less than 1. And get me back to... Alright. Pathways, I hate with a passion. That's a me thing. That's not a somebody else thing. That's a me thing. There are 42 dual lands that I can play. Ah, son of a crap. I'll be right back. you, buddy. Alright. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I've got the munchies. Grab one. Grab one. Alright. Okay. I think I'm going to do an entire column that is black-blue duels. And there's a couple of decks. There's at least one where I went and basically did that. Dread Chip Reef. Ground Catacomb. Fed Pool. Glim Lake Verge is fine. Mist Vault Bridge. Maybe Murky Sewer. Sunken Hollow. Temple of Deceit. Watery Grave I want. Underground River I want. Yeah. What? Unlimited? In US is cheaper than revised by like a factor of about 20%. It's crazy. No, you don't do anything. Yeah. All right. So I think for colored mana specifically, that's enough. What? Oh, right. I think I want Honored Heirloom, Demir Keyrune, Silumgar Monument, Talisman of Dominance. Because in a pinch, Loyal Inventor and Fabricate can fetch me a mana rock. Oh, I have access to Soul Ring for this. No. There we go. 121. I get Arcane Signet. Which means I probably also want Command Tower. No, I don't think I need Command Tower. I can. I just don't need it. Bonder's Ornament is worth a consideration. The heck is conversion apparatus? Oh! I just sit there and I make a bunch of color, or a bunch of energy for a while until I actually need to start making. Actually, you know what? Sort by mana value. Malix Tantalite is cheap. Urn of Godfire. No. I was thinking about, but it's 2 convert mana, and it's like, that's not what I need in a deck like this. I'm not really seeing, like, I'm seeing Bonder's Ornament as a possibility. Sonic Screwdriver, maybe. Scepter of Eternal Glory is much harder to pull off in a deck like this. Yeah, I know. Really, really good on a monocolor deck. I think I'm gonna go Sonic Screwdriver. No. No. 3. No. Star Compass? Oh no, basically. Maybe Mox Tantalite. No. I think I'm calling it there. Alright. $120 cards that have a color identity. Sorry, 120 lands that have a color identity of blue or red. Or sorry, blue or black. I'm not comfortable running Cabal Coffers or variant thereof in this deck. Everglades, maybe. What's Coral Atoll? Okay. Coral Atoll, Everglades. Whenever a creature attacks, sorry, whenever it attacks, no. Holy cow. Frickin' 70 plus US. Minimo. Minimo I can see. Oh, that's foil. Okay. Gryffindor, maybe. No. Because I'm a bit light on lands in this deck. 33. Oh, 37. Okay. Okay. I can afford one or two that... I can afford one or two that tap... that... That is just kind of dumb. No four, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, it exiles for its cost, though. Oh my dog, you got reprinted. Okay. Sink in a stupor. Fill the profane. No. I really... I don't have anything that pushes my mana ahead. Sort by color. When you're dealing with lands, it puts anything that's got the same color identity together. I have 3 land slots left. I'm okay playing Coral Atoll and Everglades. I have 1 extra land. Oh, where's this cave? Okay. Urza's Cave, because in a pinch it lets me fetch any land out of my deck. Cool. Alright. Alright. Close that for now. Deck builder. Start deck building. Whoops. Alright. Paste upload list. Yeah, obelisk. And before you asked, no, I did not misspell dual lands. I mean, I did, but I didn't. All right, 100. Um, Fetid pools. Two wells. And then there. Analyze. Cool. Copy. Make you no, I don't want that one. What do I want? How about brown? That says about there. Not that it matters much, but okay. Save. Go back here. This is Demir. Paste you in there. Cool. Finally done. Huzzah. So, yeah. Oh wow, this was a long stream tonight. I normally don't take that long to do a deck, but I mean, thanks for the people. Thanks to the people that popped in. Also for running the Popper event tonight and staying way up past his bedtime, up until 5 a.m. in his time zone. Oof. Thanks to Deluxeicoff for standing by, and congratulations to him for coming in second in the event. I mean, again, did a lot better than what I could do, because I'm not that good a player. I may possibly, I might possibly have a different layout by the time I get, by the time you guys see me next week. Don't know. We'll find out. And thanks to Yargle, and let me scroll back because I know I saw your name and I can't remember and I'm drawing a blank. I mean, in Solar Fact, your comment was very true. Oh, I don't see it. But the other lad that showed up earlier, and was giving me feedback, oh man, I might actually have to go back and watch my own video. Again, it's been 6 hours. You can't expect me to remember everything. I'm an old man. I'll be, like I said, give it about a week, and 3 months and a week, and yeah, I'm gonna be 54. Yeah, thanks to everybody for stopping by, and I guess we'll see you next time. Where am I? I am. Okay, stay safe, everybody, and don't eat any wooden gingerbread cookies. Okay, good night.